Gavin just left again. This went live. Hello, Twitch. Twitchies,
No,
we
no,
were
he's
calling them
here.
Twitchies, right? He's still here. For some reason, I can't see him. Gavin, are you still there?
I think I am.
Did everyone else hear him respond and I didn't?
I did, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, then. Gavin.
So weird.
Okay, while we're doing the introductions, Gav, if you could just try and reconnect again.
Are you sure that you didn't right-click turn his sound down?
No, I would
You
have to
didn't?
actually grab my mouse to do that. No,
Okay.
no, I didn't. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome to the second session of Group 1 for PlayUp Legends. This is brought to you by our sponsors, Miniature Corner Studio, who you can find on Facebook. They sell 3D printing locally, and when you use the code PlayUp21, you get 10% off your overall bill. And you can get a cool item like this demonic mug, which is very cool. And someone thought it was dwarven mug, but no, look at the demon horn over there. It's very cool. So that
My
code
mistake,
is
sorry.
someone thought that. So the code again is PlayUp21. That is lower caps PLAYUP21. Also brought to you by our sponsor warmongergamesmortar.com, where you can find anything geek hobby related, board games and such. And until the end of next week, you can use the code legends1358. That is a 10% discount on all RPG products. That expires on the 18th of April. The code again is all uppercase, Legends1358, that is LEGENDS 1358. We also have thegiantstower.com, where you can find 3D themed terrain. 3D themed terrain. That's a bit of a mouthful. Figures delivered worldwide. And if you use the code PlayUp15, you get 15% off your final bill. That is PlayUp15, uppercase PLAYUP15. And finally, if you like what we do here at PlayUp, you can support us directly on patreon.com/playupmt for as little as €3 a month. So come on, you know you want to. Right, so welcome everyone. Welcome my lovely players. Welcome the still blinking screen of Gavin. Is it still me that's not seeing him or hearing him?
Everyone. I think
So
I can't.
everyone, sorry?
I can't.
All right, okay,
No, we
it's
can't
not
hear
just
him.
me.
Well, I
Then.
can see him now.
Epe, your telepathic link is not working at the moment.
What?
Your telepathic link with Gavin is not working at the
No, it's
moment.
not
You're not
working.
able to hear him.
Nope.
Damn it. Okay. All right. Okay. Yep. And he just reconnected once more. We'll just give him a moment. Maybe he gets through to us.
Hello?
Hello.
Well, while we're waiting, what did you guys think about the last session? Any feedback? Anything you guys still remember today? Anyone took any notes?
I still
Land
can't
sharks.
stretch. I still can't stretch too much because I fear of like splitting in half.
Yes, that would. There was a bit of injury going on with that land shark. Yes. Any memorable NPCs from last session?
Of course, we met
yeah.
Skidmark.
Yes.
Yes, well, I did tell you guys that he would be there at some point, perhaps, maybe, and he was. Right. Do we have anything happening? Don, I think Don is still listening in. Don, perhaps you could possibly get in touch with Gavin, see if there's any technical issues on his end. I don't know why I do this, so like...
Yep.
Oh. Hmm. You know, put up the like we're having technical difficulties thing for a moment so that Gavin reconnects.
There he is.
Oh, he's back.
Yes.
Hello.
I still can't see or hear.
No. The clickety clack of the keyboard sounds.
Sorry, that's me. I type like I'm angry.
Trust me, you haven't heard me like type so far.
I mean, at least it's not an actual keyboard where you have the proper, typewriter sound, because that annoys people.
You should hear mine then. I'm conscious now. I'm really conscious that if I start typing.
All right, look, I'm just gonna type my name.
We'll be using.
But that's very smart sounding typing, Gecko. You sort of like. Siggy is a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, make sure you put in the correct source of microphone, dude.
Oh yeah, that too.
No. No, but the video is great, so that's a plus.
I can't see a video. I'm just seeing the two little blue boxes swirling around.
Our ship uncle has screamed so much with Skidmark, at Skidmark, he just doesn't have a voice anymore. He lost it screaming, and over the way. Yeah. Okay.
There he goes.
So I hope the audience is enjoying our lovely technical issues.
I know.
This is prime entertainment here. You can't pay for this. It is the beauty of this.
How about any one of you guys have maybe a pirate joke you want to share for the listeners, the viewers?
We're not on the stream anymore. It's now blanked.
Are we on technical difficulties?
Yeah.
I tell you what, I'm going to try launching Discord as an app on my laptop. Maybe that'll do something on my end. It should just work through a browser, but
I think it's a problem from his side rather than yours.
No, because first time it wasn't working just for me apparently.
I was going to say, guys, also just a reminder, because Siggy mentioned it, just make sure you're on Roll20, the link that Paul sent us.
Because there's only 3 of us.
Yeah, just make sure you guys are on there for rolls.
Also, you guys can actually enter even if I haven't launched the game. I did not know this.
Yep.
Did you guys see the awesome splash screen that Myron made?
I was going to say, I think you need to move us to a page, because right now it's a blank screen.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You're on the wrong page. Sorry about that. There you go.
That's all right.
If you hadn't mentioned that, I wouldn't.
Whoa, that's nice.
I like that.
That is all Myron, and it is freaking amazing. And thank you so much. We now have something pretty to look at while we roll virtual dice.
Can we type notes on it?
I have no idea. Can I?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I know how. I'm just asking, can we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can you?
All right.
Oh wait, yes, you can. Oh shit.
How do I do that? Oh, that's how I do that.
Is there a rubber? How do we get rid of it? Oh no. Oh no, we're just writing on it and nothing to Myron, is there a rubber?
Yes.
Where?
I can select these things and delete them anyway. It's fine.
So when you go, let me just check. Actually, no, because you need to have sort of admin rights. Paul has a rubber.
Oh, so Paul has to.
Paul has to click on stuff and delete them. Yeah.
You bastards, really. Wait, no, but I can just select all of this and delete it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's also an option. Yeah, clear all. Yeah.
It's okay. You guys can scribble as much as you want. I think it looks awesome, and only we can see it anyway. So like, might as well enjoy it and make the best of it. If you guys want to put fun stuff on it.
Are you sure that's what you want? Be careful of what you wish for. Are you sure about this?
I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be
Also-
totally fine.
Also, the Twitch stream is showing Roll20.
Really? Don managed to do it?
Okay, now we're on. We're live.
Hello?
Are we live? Oh,
Yeah,
all
we're
right.
live.
Okay, fantastic. I still can't hear or see Gavin.
You can't hear
by
me?
the way.
Oh,
I can hear you.
We can hear you, Gavin.
Okay, let me disconnect and reconnect then. Perhaps it's a
can
problem
you
on my
see
end.
me?
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
I don't know, guys.
Mr. Don Chap. Shall we just in case leave Gavin just as a pic of himself in case? Because if the voice works fine, I think maybe the voice will be good enough for now. So we get things rolling.
You still can't see me like this.
Unfortunately, Gavin, we can't see you, but we can hear you. So
It's good
Shall
enough,
we-
I guess.
for
even
now, I
switch
think that's good
devices.
enough. Yeah.
It's funny because when I switched devices, the camera started working. But anyway, I'm sorry for
Shall
this.
we use a picture of his character instead?
Oh, there is a picture of his character already.
Oh. My
small
eyes are supposed to work.
My apologies, everyone.
No worries.
All right.
Hi, Gavin. Oh my god.
Wow.
Can you guys
Hey,
hear me?
Gavin.
What? What's going on? I'm not sure how I feel.
Well, can
Oh,
you guys hear
no.
me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Yes.
We can't see you.
Oh.
But we can hear you, which is enough.
I guess.
Okay, now we need a sexy picture of Paul for up there, Don.
What? Sexy picture. I can't see a sexy picture on Gavin in the first place.
On the
I see
stream, on the
nothing.
stream.
Are you
On
on
the
the
stream,
stream,
alright,
Mr.
okay.
DM?
No. I don't go onto the stream because I get confused otherwise. No.
It's okay.
Oh wait, no. I know why that's not working because that was coming in from the browser. So now it should work. There we go.
You're back.
There we go.
See.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Okay. So, very quick recap, guys. And this is obviously for the audience as well. Hopefully just 2 or 3 of them that are actually watching. Don't tell me how much. I don't want to know how much. So, in the last session, the agents of the Cross-Tide Company were sent to Aegis Harbor to meet the benefactor, Theodore Whitebay. Theodore Whitebay is an old sailor who hired the Cross-Tide Company agents to help him in seeking out pieces of a nautical apparatus called the Maiden's Gaze. These pieces would form a telescope. Don, I can hear everything you're saying. I'm just going to mute him. There we go.
Good idea.
Oh, wait, I can do server mute, right? Yes. There we go. These pieces would form a part of a telescope previously owned by Theodore's captain. And this telescope is said to direct its user to a mythical treasure known as the Lost Treasure of Silver Pete, which contains riches beyond the wildest imaginations of the most ambitious sailor or the greediest pirate. This telescope, Theodore revealed to the cross-eyed agents, was lost during a dreadful attack by a leviathan of the deep. Theodore has spent many, many long years seeking out information on the whereabouts of the scattered pieces of the telescope. Now he has all of the location of all of the pieces, and it's his final wish as a man of the sea to gather all of them together, reform the maiden's gaze, and finally find and lay eyes upon the lost treasure of Silver Pete. However, Theodore's an old man now, and though his mind appears as sharp as ever, he's clearly unfit for the rigorous and dangerous work of gathering these pieces. To this end, he's hired members of the Cross-Eyed Company to help him on his quest. Arcelia, Cecil, Falx, Gecko, and Peak, all proven agents of the Cross-Eyed Company, have been commissioned to aid Theodore in this endeavor. Guys, your first trip was to the island of Meek Dawn, where you were informed by Theodore that a group of natives living upon the island had come into possession of a piece of the maiden's gaze. You made your way to the island, narrowly avoiding a dangerous end after being attacked by a pack of lightning-bearing storm sharks. And though the damage to the ship was minimal, you unfortunately lost a sailor to this encounter. Once you embarked on the island of Migdon, it wasn't long before you were accosted by one of the island's vicious predators, a land shark, which had been at the time trying to snag down on a tasty-looking goblin. With some effective druid magic, complemented by sharp blades and a well-placed arrow, you beat the land shark into submission and saved the goblin in the process. The goblin, who introduced himself as Mist Miktalik Kru, was beyond thankful for your intervention. He explained that his family had fed him to the land shark after finding out he had stolen a prized possession from the tribe. Through this... messages coming in. Through some discourse with the goblin, you eventually found out that the goblin had this possession that he had stolen still on his person, and this item turned out to be the very thing you had been sent to take from the natives of the island. So you left the island of Migdon with the goblin in tow, who has now been nicknamed Skidmark, the translation in common tongue of his goblin name. The first piece of the maiden's gaze now in your grasp. You've been at sea, guys, for over a week now. Life on the ship has been pleasant enough. You've had some good and sunny weather, and the ship's been calm with some agreeable winds to help you on your journey. The crew and yourselves have talked about nothing else except the parting words of Theodore Whitebay before himself and Captain Dane retired to the navigation room below decks. The Red Caps. As the crimson rays of a new dawn reach across the crystal blue waters of the enchanted seas, the crew of the Tideseeker begin to awaken. The elven twins, Freiko and Mako, exchange shifts in the crow's nest. Sailors awaken and ascend to the upper decks to begin scrubbing the wooden boards of the deck, tossing and knotting lines and unfurling sails to catch the morning breeze. Agents of the Cross-Eyed Company, as you awake in your private bunkers, what are you guys up to?
Who's going first?
You're all alone at the moment, as far as I know, unless anyone's sharing a bunker. So,
Well, like I had said last time, I sleep with the crew.
you do indeed. So you probably wake up with the crew, or are you a late sleeper?
No, I wake up at the crack of dawn with everybody else because I need to pull my weight.
All right. So Falx, what do you do first thing in the morning as you see the rest of the crew members wake up?
I make sure that the people on night shift didn't do a shoddy job and check like all the rigging and make sure there are no barnacles that need to be scraped off the bottom of the ship. All this sort of thing, you know?
So you saw going to the side of a ship, peering over to take a look below the ship as well, and sort of check for any barnacles, anything stuck to the ship, that sort of thing?
Yes, and checking the sails and, making sure the ship is, as they say, ship shape.
Okay, all right. Yeah, you see a couple of sailors. you see a couple of sailors unfurling some of the sails and sort of. Go on cam, please. Gavin, I think Don just sent you a quick message about your camera.
I'll just check it.
Sure.
Where did he send it?
On
In this.
Discord. Basically, can you just switch on your camera?
Yeah.
Wait. Sorry.
Take your time.
Okay, so back on.
Sweet.
Awesome.
There we go.
Can I
Perfect.
see you now? I still can't see you, but everyone else can, so that's what's important. All right.
Can
Okay.
you? Oh, hello.
No,
I can't
I
see you.
can't, but I couldn't
We
see you
can't see
before
you,
either, so
but
don't worry.
basically, we did that because the everyone has a certain place, and with your camera off, everything changes.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, Matt.
All right. Okay, fair enough.
So shall we continue?
Yes, of course. Yes, Falx, you're on deck. You're helping out the crew members with sorting out the riggings, unfurling the sails, knotting the lines, just getting ready for the morning. You help out a couple of sailors with pulling up anchor because it had been let down for the night. There's a muscular-looking half-orc that's known around the ship as Barney. And a short but still quite broad-shouldered dwarf by the name of Gemma, and you help both of them as they pull up the anchor in order to set sail. Meanwhile, what else is going on in the private bunkers? The rest of the agents. Well, as you wake up, crack of dawn, what are you guys up to?
I do the same as every morning. Wake up, meditate. For most of the morning, like hours on end. That's about it. My morning is very boring.
Sure, no problem whatsoever. You sort of sit cross-legged in the middle of the room, feeling the roll and flow of the wooden boards of the ship beneath you, sending yourself into a lull, into a trance as you meditate. Sure. What about the rest of you? What are you guys up to?
Just saying, if it is still the crack of dawn, I'm gonna go out and say that Cecil is just snoring away. He doesn't wake up that early. Okay, he likes his sleep. So if a little bit of time passes, then we'll see him wake up.
Sure, no problem whatsoever. Then we'll come back to you in a moment, Cecil. Let's just see what the rest are up to. Let's see, Arcelia, what about you?
I mean, I'm still in bed, but I'm not asleep because Darcy flew off of his cage hanger and is now pecking at my ear to feed him.
All right, okay. As the small bird nibbles on your ear and your eyes flutter open, and you look around your room, Arcelia, what do you see around you?
All right, so in the corner, I have a little space for Darcy. There's his cage. It's a very nice, large, elaborate cage. And then there's a little swing he can perch on. Then in the other corner, I have a writing desk that folds up and closes well because we are on a ship and if it's stormy, I do not want my inkwell to go everywhere. And I have a nice, comfortable bed in the middle of the room. It's cozy, it's warm, and it's somewhere where I, spend most of my nights because it's just somewhere I can rest. There's carpets on the floor. It's a very regal but comfortable space.
As you look around this room, you hear the repetitive, persistent coming from next to your ear.
Yes, well, I'm grabbing my bird and just throwing him back at his swing. It's too early to deal with him right now. I'll just yeet him back at his cage.
Sure. All right. Okay. The disgruntled Darcy flutters back onto his perch, gives you a bit of a mean look, and then closes his eyes and decides to go back to sleep.
He better.
Meanwhile, in a nearby room, Peak, as you wake up, well, sorry, actually, are you a person who sleeps in, Peak, or are you someone who'll wake up quite early?
No, I think Peak would wake up quite early. I think Peak always tries to wake up at least to try and catch a glimpse of the moon as well, if he can.
So you'd probably be up before the others?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, he sleeps in sometimes, but when he can catch a glimpse of the moon, he's like wakes up. Also, he kind of when he does that, he's got a personal amulet that he carries on him, and he kind of he brings the amulet out and like lets the moonlight shine on it.
All right. Okay.
It's interesting.
All right. So Peak, you do head up a little bit before the others, and you see the moonlight washed deck. Just a few minutes before dawn, take out the amulet. You watch the pale light reflecting off the metallic surface off of it. It's quiet. It's calm. You spot Mako up in the crow's nest. You see him glance down at you and then shift his eyes back to the horizon. No one else is on deck at this point, of course. It's a little bit cool, but there's a nice breeze in the air as well. After a few minutes of silence on your own, you hear the activity below deck, and you hear sailors starting to get up and starting to file out on deck. As time passes and the morning rolls on, Cecil, deep into the morning, almost afternoon, before you stretch your furry body and decide, well, it's been like 12 hours, might as well go and see if there's something to eat. And as your eyes flutter open and you look around your room, what do you see around you?
Okay, so my room, I'd say, is a little bit cluttered because there are like books and notes and scrolls, because Cecil is trying to understand the magical arts a little bit more. So he's trying to do his own research into spells and how spell casting works and stuff. So there's books all over the place. He does have a very large, very comfortable pillow on his bed, and that's what he sleeps in. He's got a small chest at the foot of the bed, where he keeps a couple of prized possessions. He would have put certain snacks in there he doesn't want other crew members touching. Hanging up on the wall, just as you come through the door, are his short swords. He hangs them up there before he goes to sleep. And that's, I would say, there might be a couple of candle holders for a couple of candles in there. But other than that, that's I'd say his room, what his room looks like.
Okay. And for Cecil, what's his morning ritual? What's the first thing he does in the morning?
So he gets out of he the first thing he does is stretch. He does a nice, really long, sort of stretch, and he gets off his pillow, goes towards his chest of items, opens it up, sees if he's got any snacks in there. If he does, he'll munch on one of those. If he doesn't, he just heads on down to the kitchen portion, sort of where the food is kept on the ship, to see if he can find something to eat there.
Sure. The trunk opens with a click, and as you peer inside, Cecil, into the dark, shadowy corners of the trunk, you find a couple of crumbs, but unfortunately nothing in particular that you feel like snacking on right now. So you take yourself out of your room. You're already on the lower decks, which is the same level where you'll find the cooking quarters. And you step outside. You can see that most of the crew members are on the upper decks at the moment. at the the top of the ship sort of thing. So there's no one around at this time. You guess it's probably very close to noon at this point, which is the a respectable time to be waking up. And you make your way to the kitchen quarters. As you step inside, the kitchen quarters basically, as you step inside, you can see a long wooden table that stretches along the perimeter of this room, which is longer than it is wide. A couple of pots have been placed off to the side. These are heated by a small oven. Which has a vent that sort of spews out through a porthole out of the side of the ship.
Nice.
There are some hooks hanging above with a few specimens of poultry, some bushels of herbs, that sort of thing. And in the middle, looking slightly flustered and disgruntled, is Bosun Dave, who normally spends his time when he's not when he's not needed for anything immediate above deck, normally spends his time in the cooking quarters. As you step inside, he turns to you and goes, good morning. Cecil, was it? Yes, Cecil. Good morning, Cecil. How are we doing this morning?
Pretty hungry after the events that transpired yesterday. We got any of my favorite fish around?
Fish. I'm afraid we don't have any fish. However, I've been cooking this gruel right here. You might try a bit. And he takes off a large pot of one of the stoves and sort of lowers it down to your level for you to see. And you can see inside is this gray sludge looking concoction that sort of bubbles slightly as he
God.
lowers it down in front of you. There's a smell that seems to be like a mix of rotten fish and roadkill, from what you can tell. You're not exactly sure what he put in it. However, you're pretty sure that that's what's going to be had for lunch and dinner this evening. Your stomach, upon seeing the food, churns. Would you like some? I can get you a bowl right now. This is supposed to be for the afternoon, but you can have some right now, little Cecil.
Okay, so Cecil retches a little bit and says, excuse me, must be a hairball. I will be right back, but hold that bowl for me later. And Cecil walks out. And can he try to grab something really small, like a piece of hanging poultry or something, just to munch on?
Unfortunately, like the poultry is actually hanging.
Is there anything at his level he can just quickly grab and run out?
Give me a quick perception check.
Let's see. Where are you? Oof, 7.
7, right. You sort of cast your eyes quickly around the room as you're leaving. Right at the edge of the table closest to the door, you see something just poking over the lip of it, which is like just above your eye level. And you sort of reach out a very little paw and very quickly snag it as you step out of the room. You duck around the corner and then look down in excitement at what you managed to nab, which happens to be a very dry crust of bread.
It's gonna have to do.
Have to do, I guess.
Yeah.
Make sure you come back for some gruel later, you hear from the kitchen quarters.
Trust
Meanwhile,
me.
As you head upstairs, you find upstairs some of your companions. Peak and Falx are both on deck at the moment. You notice Falx helping out some of the sailors, sort of just like overseeing what they're doing, perhaps having a chat with a couple of them. And Peak, not sure what you'd be up to at the moment, so you tell me.
I'll try and see where I can help, even though I'm not really used to, being on a boat, but I guess I'll follow suit and see what others are doing. So, anyone tying any ropes or, cleaning the decks or, preparing any of the gear that's used. So I guess I'll try and lend a hand, I guess.
Sure. Let's say that yourself and Falx are sitting down in amidst a small pile of coiled up ropes, and you guys are fashioning knots. There's the half-orc Barney, who's sat down cross-legged next to two of you, sort of towering a little bit over both of you, and with really, really dexterous movements, his chubby gray fingers are swiftly making knots, which he then presents to you so that you can learn how to make them as well. And he's sort of like, "There you go. See, that one's a sailor's knot. That one's the maiden's groove. And that one, well, we're not allowed to call it here on the ship, but this one's called a seagull." Cecil, you notice your friends as you come up above deck. What would you like to do? Do you want to head over, have a chat with them, or you want to do something else?
I would like to head over and have a chat. Yes.
Sure. As you head over and sit down next to them, just before you actually enter into their group, you hear Barney the half-orc going, "And this one's called catch push." And you sit down next to them as he says this.
Cecil is slightly amused with not making, but sits down sort of grumpy and tells everyone, "Don't look forward to lunch. Trust me, I've smelled that. Doesn't smell good."
Oh, it can't be that bad.
Are you hungry? Do you want something? I might have something in my backpack. Might be there for a few months, but could be edible.
Oh yeah, what do you have? Let's have a look-see.
He rummages through something. The best maybe he could, find is something that's been pickled or, dried, but it's not going to be appetizing either. Maybe it's a bit better than the gruel, but it's might be a bit tough.
Is it something? Would it be? Oh! You know what? Okay. So Cecil looks at it and thinks, maybe if we combine that and this, maybe we can use it as bait for fishing. Catch some fish.
Do we have a fishing rod?
DM, do we have a fishing rod?
Or can we just throw a line?
You can try and fashion a fishing rod.
Yes, I'd like to fashion a fishing rod.
You can definitely try to do so. You cast about. Let's see. Give me another quick perception check. Let's see what you find. Oh, an investigation check. Check. Both you and Pete, give me investigation checks.
All right. Here we go.
Okay, I got a 12.
A 13.
Ooh.
13. Sure. You take a look around, and you do manage. You do spot. Let's see. You spot a couple of boards, wooden boards that have been sort of split slightly down the middle and then thrown off to the side, perhaps from the damage from a week ago when you encountered the storm sharks, or perhaps they're just some debris that is no longer being used. And maybe with a little bit of work, maybe with a sharp object or something like that, you could possibly fashion like a stick out of that. You're still going to need a line or something like that in order to make a fishing rod, though.
Since this is kind of Falx's area, one of Falx's areas of expertise, him coming from a fishing village, he sees you two, featuring around, trying to put equipment together, and he says, since the ship is moving, no, that's not the voice I used. Since the ship is moving, you'd probably have more luck using a net than a rod.
Do you have a net?
Well, we have a lot of rope.
So
Peak looks at his backpack and he pulls out like a massive net, but then there's a huge hole in the net, like the size of it. So like it's not gonna work.
Oh, wait a minute. Give me that net. Give me that net. I know it's broken. Give it here. I
He
take
hands
it, and I have the mending cantrip. So I just a white light flashes. Actually, no, a blue light flashes from my hands as I move my hands across this net, and just like an illusion, as soon as my hand goes over the damaged area, it's completely fixed.
nice.
Now,
So
I'm giving
can
you
we...
the tools, but it's up to you to actually make it work.
Says the experienced fisherman. Leave it up to us, huh? Okay.
Gotta
can
learn
I...
somehow, because we're gonna spend some time on this ship.
Okay. Okay, I turn to Peak. With net in hand, I turn to Peak and I ask him, okay, you pull this out of your bag. Do you know how to use it? Can you let's try do this together, shall we?
Yeah. I mean, I've never used a net before, but I'll give it a go.
So yeah, he reaches out with his hand, and I guess we move towards the edge of of the boat, but
Yes.
we're really short, so I think we need to like jump and get a bit higher to throw the net over.
I was going to say this is a really interesting sight, just like a gnome and a tiny tabaxi just like waddling over to the side together, like. I mean, you guys are both pretty agile, so you probably managed to at least hoist yourself onto the railing, possibly. Give me for the thing, for the flavor of it. Give me some dex checks. Both of you, give me a dex check.
Okay.
Just a raw dexterity, yeah.
Yeah, roll dex check.
Oof. I got a 6.
I got an 11. I'm gonna be fishing for you.
Right. So, you both clamber onto the side of the ship. However, just as you do so, a current slams against the side of the ship, and you both begin to very quickly lose your balance. Cecil, unfortunately, in order to keep your balance, you do manage to clamp down with your claws into the banister of the ship itself. However, unfortunately, you drop the net in the process. Thankfully, thankfully, Peak, you're still holding on to it, and the ship is still swaying very slowly as you sort of try to keep your balance and hold onto the onto the net at the same time. What are you guys doing?
Do I need to make a decision here to let go of the net or, have a swim?
There's some really intense music going on in my mind right now.
Okay. Usually, Cecil.
You could do something else, by the way, Peak, if you want to. Cecil, yes, you were saying?
I was gonna say usually Cecil wouldn't really risk falling into the water, but he's really hungry. So Cecil is going to try again with the net.
Okay, give me a sleight of hand check as you grab the net.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Peak, what are you trying to do? You're seeing your friend off balance. You're holding onto the rope with one hand. You're keeping your balance at the moment, but your friend looks like they're about to fall, and they're still reaching for that net with an eager look on their face.
Is there there's some of our party members on still on deck right behind us.
Oh,
Sure,
yeah.
but this is happening in a matter of like split seconds.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right, this is like a very quick.
Yeah. So
I think I'm
Cecil,
gonna wait for Cecil. Yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Yeah, Cecil rolled a natural 1, but with modifiers goes up to 8. Now you tell me, DM.
A natural 1.
Wow.
Cecil, you reach for the net, your eyes widening, the pupils growing larger and larger. You see it within your tiny little pawed grasp. And as the very tip of your claw touches the twiny rope, you feel the claws of your left hand unhinging from the wood, and
No.
you begin to tumble over the side of the ship.
No!
Oh no! What have we done?
What are you guys doing?
Cat overboard.
Oh, I have nothing that's gonna help him out. I have absolutely nothing. I just went through my prepared spells.
Are the rest
You
of
have
us
the
aware
nets?
of what's going on?
I have the net.
Yes, the rest. Yeah, you've just seen Cecil just sort of like over the side of the ship.
Falx laughs.
Okay, has he touched the water yet?
I said he began to
Okay,
fall. So
sorry,
this is,
okay.
again, this is split seconds. So that's why I'm giving you a chance if you have something that you could very quickly do or you want to do.
I think seeing him, lose his balance, I kind of try to throw the net sideways towards him. Like, I know the net's gonna catch him or anything, but I'm just gonna chuck the net. I have no idea what I'm doing here, as you can tell.
You're trying to throw the net towards him. Okay, are you letting go of the net?
No, I'm holding on to the very edge of it. So I'm literally throwing it at him.
Then go ahead, roll a d20 and add your... it's an improvised weapon. Just add your dexterity to it, please.
So a dexterity roll.
Yes, just a dexterity roll. Because it's technically a melee attack, what you're doing.
Fair enough. Oh my god. Yeah.
Thank you.
4.
It's okay. You tried.
Last thing before we... two last things before we go onwards. Siggy, are you doing anything? You are seeing this happen. That's why I'm asking.
No, I'm sitting down with my feet perked up onto another chair, just looking and admiring the entertainment.
Okay.
I'm not going to disrupt that.
Last thing, Cecil, a dex saving throw, please.
Dex saving throw. Okay.
As this is happening and I'm throwing the net, I'm turning around and I'm seeing, Arcee with her feet up and my eyes just widened. Like what's going on?
Cecil, what did you get?
My rolls are terrible today. I got a natural 2, and with modifiers, it goes up to 7.
Oh my god.
What an intro.
Okay, so basically what happens, Falx, Arcelia, you guys are just sitting down relaxed as you see your two friends trotting up to the side of the ship. They both jump onto the railing of the ship. All of a sudden you feel the wave hitting the side of the ship. You see Cecil losing his balance very suddenly and dropping the net. You see him very quickly reaching out towards the net and with his other hand, and as he sort of turns around, everything kind of goes slow-mo as his eyes widen and stare at you in horror as he realizes the depth of his predicament, no pun intended. And he suddenly, cartoon character style, drops out of sight into the water. Cecil, it's very wet. As you splash against the water, you feel the coldness suddenly rushing across your body. You manage to paddle up to the surface. You are very, very light, but probably a little bit annoyed at this point. And everyone overhead hears, "Cat overboard!" from the crow's nest. A couple of sailors rushed to the side of the ship where you fell down from with the not so audible splash because you're quite a small object as such. So it's more like a sploosh rather than a... And a rope is tossed over the side and lowered down to you so that you can clamber back up.
Okay.
Can I give him my cloak as he comes back up? I feel a bit responsible. This whole thing was my idea with the net.
Sure, you make your way back up and you find with his cloak.
I'm curious what what Falx is thinking, seeing us two, professional
Well-
fishermen.
As-
Fox
Go
would
on.
like to after all of this happens, Fox laughing would like to go up to both of you and pat you both on the back and offer you a tot of rub and say, "Well, you're finally starting to get your sea legs. I'm proud of you, boys."
So Cecil is literally dripping wet, soaking, like a wet cat.
Oh, yeah.
He was before kind of fluffy, but now you can see his true form, with this robe wrapped around him, kind of just looks up at Falx and just gives a look like you could have helped us, but you didn't.
You see a couple of the sailors, a couple of male humans just standing off to the side, and sort of giving you glances, Cecil, and are clearly trying to hold in their laughter.
Oh man.
How respectful our crew are.
Hey, they came and tossed the rope over.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
thinking as a lifeline, we could have tied Skidmark to a rope and thrown it like a rubber thing.
You haven't seen Skidmark this morning, actually.
Oh.
Oh,
But you know that he normally, because you guys have been, it's been a week since you visited Migdorn Isle, so you guys know that he's normally found down in the level below the lower decks within the hull of the ship.
I'd like to pay him a visit at some point, if that's cool, if somebody wants to come with me.
Sure.
I'll come with you.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna go dry up, so you can do your thing.
I think I'll go and tidy up some stuff in my room. I've had quite enough of an adventure for the morning.
Okay. All right, so before we get to that, let's just very quickly switch back to the serene expression of Gecko the monk within his quarters. Gecko, it's been about 3, you're not sure, 4 maybe hours of meditation. Time isn't that important when you are in this state of complete Zen. As usual, you always feel the right moment when it is time to stop the meditation and embrace the rest of the day with grace and tranquility. And as your eyes open up and you look around your modest and minimalist, but obviously important possessions in the room, and stand up and decide to head outside, where would you like to go?
Well, first off, I clear up all my equipment. The carpet I was using, put it to the side. Put some normal clothes on and everything, and just walk out and check on everyone else, see what just happened, because you did hear some commotion,
Of
obviously.
course.
And you just go out and ask the rest of the crew, what did I miss?
Sure. As you head up to the upper deck, a extremely drenched-looking Cecil stalks down the steps past you with nary a glance and just walks straight to his room, slamming the door behind him. As you head upstairs, you see a couple of the sailors. One guy you know as Tim, and the other one you know as Edward, and they're barely holding back their laughter as they lean against the side of the ship, peering down the steps just where you've ascended from. Gecko, did you see Cecil?
Yeah, what
You'll
Explain.
never believe. You'll never believe it. He was trying to go fishing with Peak, and he fell in the water. It was
fishing?
yes,
Cecil, fishing!
yes.
I
It
need to
was
stop meditating
fantastic.
in the
You
mornings.
missed it. Have you been meditating all morning?
Yes, I have.
Don't you get bored?
Not really. Not really. When you don't know what's happening around you or what time it is, you don't really feel bored.
Fair enough. Are you meditating for the next expedition?
Of course, every day,
You ready for the red caps?
always.
Have you ever encountered harpies before?
I have never left my local island, so no, everything is very new to me. I'm
Well,
excited.
um, Mr. Whitebay did mention that there are going to be harpies at the red caps. They're nasty creatures, harpies. They really enjoy the suffering and the death of their prey, if you know what I mean. Sadistic like.
I trust my crew. We'll see how it goes from there.
I'm sure you'll be fine with all your meditation and such. Just make sure to plug your ears if you hear them singing. They got a nasty, nasty song. They say it's used to lure their prey. Terrible, terrible creatures.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, sir.
Right. So, Gecko, while you're having your conversation with a couple of the crew members, let's see, Falx and Arcelia, you guys wanted to head down to the hull. So you descend to the lower decks, and then head across the wooden platform to get down through the other staircase on the other side of the ship, down into the hull. As you step down, there's an overpowering smell, or a sort of mixture and aroma of salt. You also smell a very strong smell of booze, specifically rum, and also a smell of you can't quite place it, but it smells like something a little bit organic.
Okay, you kind of. I walk in. I go like, smells like my childhood.
Gecko, you're upstairs at the moment. We're just way at the bottom of the ship, in the hull of the ship. We got Arcelia and Falx who just went down to the very lower decks of the ship. But we can bring you down here if you'd like a little bit
Yeah,
later.
maybe there
on
was
as
like a
well.
small vent or something.
Sure.
What is
I mean, to be honest, in the lower decks, there's normally a little bit of an aroma coming up from the hull of the ship below. So Falx, Arcelia, as you guys step down, there's a smell, like I said, of salt, a mixture of salt and rum, and like I said, a slightly organic, sort of slightly animally smell in the air. As you step, yes.
Yep. No, go for it.
No, I was just going to say, as you step downstairs and your eyes adjust a little bit to the gloom, because there's only like a couple of candles kept down here and not much, you hear a sort of scuffling sound coming from the from deep within the darkness of the hull of the ship itself.
So I walk in, and I shout, "Hey, Skidmark!" as I try to find a cup somewhere to get a glass of rum.
You hear from the darkness, and you see, bounding with excitement and joy out of the darkness, this diminutive little goblin, Skidmark, this bluish gray-skinned creature, who is currently wearing sort of like two sashes that are sort of crisscross, two red sashes that are sort of crisscross across his body, and beneath them his traditional loincloth that he has fastened tightly around his waist, that is slightly browning in many different corners of it. He runs up to you.
You came down to Skidmark. Very, very nice. How is you doing, mistress?
I'm doing very well. How are you? How are you enjoying the ship?
Skidmark is alive. Skidmark is alive. It's so nice. Ship, not so nice. But Skidmark is alive. This is good. I thank you once again.
Not a problem. Have you tasted the cook's meals yet? Have you eaten his food? I'm sure you love it.
Yeah, the food over here is delicious. Nothing like this on the island. Nothing. All we have on the island is food. How you say? Plop. Foot plop.
A banana?
Ah, wait. And you see him reaching down. He lifts up one
no.
of his feet and sort of sticks his fingers between his knobbly toes. And then there's a sort of sound as he pulls something off of his foot and reaches it up to you. And you can see this tiny white mushroom in his hand.
Foot plop.
Foot plop. Foot plop. I'm sure the chef would appreciate the extra taste of his food with
No.
No!
That's
But
not
not as
happening.
good as Bosun Day food. Bosun Day food, so good for Skidmark. Skidmark, yes.
Okay, Skidmark, do you know where the cups are? Because I need a glass of rum right now.
Cups. What this?
Cups. Little bowls, little things to hold liquid. To drink.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't wash any cups down here. You sure you want?
I saw you drink, mistress.
No.
I-
Okay.
He turns around and shows you a couple of these large barrels that have a tap inserted into the bottom of them. The tap itself is turned, and he sort of like turns around, lies down on the floor underneath one of the taps, and just goes. And you see this dark amber liquid pouring into his mouth. After a few moments, he closes it.
Skidmark, so good drink over here, so good. What do you call this? Liquid? Liquid. Skidmark liquid. Yes, very good. You want some? Sit down.
I'm gonna sit down. I'm gonna lie down and prepare.
The liquid comes pouring down into your mouth. It's it's a bitter, very strong rum that's been stored on the ship for quite some time and has matured exceedingly well. He stops when he sees your mouth overflowing and sort of closes it once more.
Thank you. And I kind of just roll to the side into a safety position to try and breathe again.
Skidmark, how much have you been drinking?
Only a little bit.
And you notice now, as your eyes are adjusting more to the light, that he is swaying slightly from side to side.
I think we should find you new quarters.
Aye, this good. Very good for Skidmark.
And
Also,
maybe
I clean.
And you see him running off into the darkness, and after a moment returning. And he has in his hands, each of them is about the size of his head, these very large brushes with white bristles along one side and a strap along the other side. Both of them are very, very soapy and slightly brown. And as you cast about in darkness, you can see actually the inside of the ship is sparkly clean. He seems to be doing a very good job down here.
Well, fair
I
enough,
clean,
but don't.
see? Because Master very, very good to me. Very good.
Okay. You've convinced me. Just don't drink all of the rum.
What rum?
All of the liquid.
Yeah.
Liquid. This.
Liquid.
Liquid. No drink all liquid. Only a little bit.
Okay.
You-
That's fine.
You go other island soon?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm.
But you stay on ship for safety.
Mm. Skidmark have.
We'll bring you back. We'll bring you back a present.
Yes, shinies.
Shiny.
Shinies for Skidmark.
Yes, I think you'd like that, wouldn't you?
Like this of Master Peak.
And you see him drop one of the brushes and reach around and beneath his loincloth, and there's a sort of and he brings out half of a broken plate. The unbroken side of it has a slight brown stain along it. And
God.
he shows it up to you, really, really proud of it, going,
Master Peak. Me keep
Yeah.
Skidmark gift.
Yes, you keep it. You keep it. We wouldn't even dare touch it or take it away from you to see it. You keep it. I
Yes.
might need some more rum.
Make sure you clean that if you ever think of eating off of it.
No, it's gift, not for eating. Me try already.
I see. I regret coming down here.
Well, at least we know he's safe.
Yes.
Skid Mark very safe now. Skid Mark so safe. Thank
Good
you for
for you.
saving Skid Mark.
Not a problem. Fox, shall we head up?
Yeah, I think that's for the best.
Bye bye.
Do you need anything, Skidmark?
Chinese.
Chinese.
Sure. We'll bring you something.
Maybe some water?
Or a
No.
particularly luminescent
Liquid.
pebble.
Doink doink.
Liquid.
Liquid. Doink.
Liquid. Good to know that you like it. I start walking away.
Yeah, me too.
Sure.
Okay.
As you guys head upstairs to the top of the ship, to the lower decks, Cecil, you're in your room at the moment. Up to anything apart from drying off?
Apart from drying off, yeah, I take some time and sort of try to comb through a couple of books, trying to understand, a couple of books that I have there, like just while I'm drying to pass the time.
Sure. You find a couple of interesting things about Eldritch Kitty portals and that sort of thing within your books. It does while away the time, and you do enjoy yourself as you do so. As the water slowly dries on your fur. And Peak, sorry, what did you say you were doing at the same time?
I was, I said kind of like I went back to my room as well to, clear it up a bit. Unfortunately, Peak's room is not really tidy. It's like the inside of his backpack. There's just random stuff thrown about the room. It's like he's got like three shoes. Each one's different. There's no like a single pair. It's like, it's a mess pretty much. There's just random junk all around the room. So he tries to tidy it up a bit, but never really succeeds, unfortunately.
All right, okay. So, Falx, Arcelia, as you guys get to the lower decks where all of your private quarters are, and also the crew's quarters, the navigation room, and the cooking quarter, and you begin to ascend the steps to the upper decks, you hear a noise which Cecil and Peak, you guys, from the open doors of your room, you also hear, all of you, a loud noise coming from the navigation room. The raised voice of Captain Dane Windwaker going, "No! They're all going to get killed if we do that!" And we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Oh.
So, it's been about an hour, guys. So, 5-minute break. It is now about 9 past 9. We're going to come back at 15 minutes past 9. So, go and have your pee break, have your ciggy break, or cigarette break as well. You can have one of those too. And I will see you guys in 5 minutes. Of course, it's a you break.
It's a me break.
Everyone, go and have a lovely you break, and I will see you guys in 5 minutes.
Bye.
Mm-mm. Nice. I get to eat now.
How's everyone doing?
Hungry.
I'm a zombie at the moment.
I'm okay. How are you?
Your camera's back. No, he's gone.
No, here. We can see you, Gavin.
Yeah, but I can't hear him.
I can hear him.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I can do both.
I can't see you, Gecko.
The room changed color.
It's a different room. It's a different
If you
room.
can see me now.
For a better view.
You got very colorful rooms.
Oh yeah. Why do you have a yellow room?
Why not?
Because it's too bright. It's too happy. Who's that happy?
Not me. But it helps, you know?
I'm feeling like a literal zombie at the moment.
Craving
I get
some
it.
friends.
better to roll shit now than when it counts.
True.
It always
True.
Don't say that, because that's
And
where my luck ends.
now the thing is now.
Take it from someone that almost got cut in half last session, okay?
right. So, are we live again? I don't know.
Yes, we are.
Yes,
Yeah.
cool. Right. Okay. So, no need for a recap, guys. Apart from Gecko, because you're still up on the upper decks. Actually, this shout would have been so loud that you would have probably picked it up as well. You hear from the navigation room, through the closed door, Captain Dane shouting very loud, well, speaking in very loud, raised voice, "No! We're not going to take them there!" No, Siggy, because you're muted. You...
So you said that Cecil would have heard that, yeah?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
definitely.
Cecil would like to run out of his room, storm into whatever room they're in,
The navigation room.
the navigation room, and just if there's a table, I'm pretty sure there's a table. Jump up on the table and say like, "What do you mean? What is this? What?" And Cecil is still kind of wet, so maybe a couple of drips fall off him because he's not totally dry.
Sure. So you bust open the door of the navigation room. You've been in this room before, but just for the sake of the narrative, I'll very quickly explain. It's the large room that is found at the back of the ship itself. It is not the prow, the stern of the ship is basically referred to as the stern house, but in this case it's used as a navigation room. In the middle of the room is a very large table. This consists there are several inkwells across the table. There's also a map, a very large map of the uncharted seas. The map, which you've seen before, is only partially drawn up, and several areas of it are left sort of blank. Across the room, there are a few paintings stuck up on the walls of nautical themes, like a kraken harassing a ship, and a few different maps of the seas around the New World itself. As you bust into the room itself, you can see Theodore on one side of the table and Captain Dane on the other side of the table, both of them leaning against the table towards each other, their knuckles almost white as they press into the wood of the surface of the table, and they seem to be about to have a shouting match. They both sort of freeze and turn to you as you storm into the room, slightly drenched, and march up to the table, hop on top of it. And their mouths both slightly agape. You see Theodore working towards about to say something when Captain Dane interjects, going, "Cecil, did you fall overboard?"
Am I dripping wet? Yes. I tried to fish, but a little bit. We'll get to that later. What's this about dying?
Theodore here wants to go to the Red Caps. Now, I don't know how much he's told you about them, but there happens to be an extremely dangerous, at this point, Theodore pipes up and goes, there is no danger going on. It is just a few harpies. Just a few harpies. Harpies are dangerous.
Harpies?
Exactly.
At this point, me and Falx are walking in, and I turn to Falx and say, "Well, we've just walked into a domestic."
Well, we should ask the agents then. This is as much their mission as it is yours, and so they should have a say in this as well. And let's face it, you're not going on that island. They are, and you know it, so it is really up to them, isn't it? Fine. Then we'll ask them. Is Gecko here?
Somebody should go fetch him.
Cecil, can you go fetch him very quickly?
You're muted as well, Gecko.
I'll go fetch Gecko. And
Sure.
I'll go fetch Gecko. But
Was
yeah.
I in tow behind them when everyone was running to the room?
You tell me.
Okay, yeah, I'd say I joined mid conversation. I'm still not sure. You know, there's Cecil on the table and all that. Do you still have my coat that I gave you, the cloak?
I most probably have dropped it in my my room.
That's fine.
Because
That's fine.
I stormed in here.
That's fine. So yeah, I guess, you know, as they go and fetch Gecko, I kind of walk in. I'm like,
What's going on? I don't want to die.
Sure.
You and me both, buddy.
So as
I walk out.
As all 5 of you congregate around the table with Theodore and with Captain Dane, so Gecko, Falx, Cecil, Arcelia, Peak, you're all here now. You see Captain Dane marching over and closing the door of the navigation room behind you. I don't want to panic the rest of the crew, but this is a conversation we have to have. Theodore here would like to go to the Red Caps, which some of the crew have been speaking about, and everyone seems pretty relaxed about going. However, well, I've never been to the Red Caps, but I've sailed past them and I've seen the harpies patrolling the waters there. I've also had some first-hand experience with harpies, and it has not been pleasant. You see her walking up to the table, and as she mentions first-hand experience, you see her arm reaching down to the side of her shirt and pulling up the side of her shirt. Beneath, across the left-hand side of her waist, are 3 long scars that begin at the belt line and stretch upwards across the navel and then reach sort of across the waist and upwards. She only shows it to you for a moment before pushing the shirt back down and going, I don't think it's a good idea.
Cecil says, I wouldn't like to meet the harpy that did that.
Well, you can't because she's dead. However, that was just one of them.
Whew.
This is an entire island populated with them. There is nothing to worry about. These agents are... I have complete and total confidence in all 5 of them that they will be able to retrieve the item without causing any hassle. You lot are proficient in subterfuge and retrieval, are you not? I'm sure you'll be able to go underneath the radar.
Well, yes, but that doesn't negate the risk of our death.
Captain,
No.
tell us what you know of these harpies. How are they dangerous? What are their tactics?
Well, harpies are evil and sadistic creatures. That much I know. I know that they enjoy playing with their food, and they'll gladly prolong the death of their prey by dismembering it over several days. I've seen that happen to a couple of my crew members. I've also seen the harpy song luring sailors off the deck of the ship and leading them and letting them drown in the water below.
Do they fly out to sea, or if we remain on the ship, will we be safe?
Well, I know that they patrol the territorial waters around the Red Caps. So even if we are going there, I'm not bringing the ship in close. I'm not endangering the rest of the crew.
You said something about song. What if we just plug our ears, and fire the cannon at them for a few hours, and then go, well, rummage through the wreckage?
I don't believe you understand the gravity of it. This is not 1 or 2 harpies. I've sailed past the Red Caps. They have an entire flock over there.
So what are we talking? 50, 60, 100?
Hundreds.
Too many to count.
Yeah, you can see Peak is slightly, you know, whiter than normal.
I don't think we're equipped to handle that many.
The island is notoriously dangerous because of those harpies.
And they're
okay. You want to go?
okay. And they're completely hostile. They have no intention on negotiation.
Not that I've ever experienced. They're cowards. We have nothing to worry about. It is a commonly known fact that harpies have absolutely no interest in a fair fight, and they won't attack unless they have a clear advantage. I'm sure as long as the 5 of you stick together, you won't be hassled too much.
Well, the advantage is clearly theirs if we go to their home.
Well, yes. However, there's apparently a dense jungle on top of the redcaps themselves. So I'm sure you can hide in that.
Yes, a jungle they literally live in. They will know it like the back of their hand.
I propose something.
Yeah?
If you know this place so well, come with us.
Unfortunately, I've never set foot on the island itself, nor do I know anyone who has.
Of course not, because they never come back.
Well, no, that's actually not it. The island itself is said to be practically impregnable. It's known as the Red Caps because there's a sheer cliffs all around the island, and quite a few ships have been shipwrecked over there, but no one that I know has actually been to the island and come back again. However,
short of flying in, what do you expect? How do you expect us to get in?
you can scale the cliffs. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Scale the cliffs, he says. Cecil is a bit annoyed.
Are you like as you raise your hands? Do you like throw spray
Yes,
water drops at everyone? Pika, sorry, go on.
I look at him and I ask him like, "Are you sure there's a missing piece there? From all places, why would it be there?"
My sources tell me there was a ship. The name of the ship was the Red Cutter. And this ship, apparently, it was shipwrecked on the Red Caps. However, this happened quite recently in the last few months, and you might be able to seek out perhaps any members of the Red Cutter because my sources do tell me that the piece was on the ship itself. So you might not even have to actually go into the jungle and find the harpies. It might simply be on the shore or something.
Well,
If we can find the shore.
With the missing sailors, the ones who are definitely alive.
They might be. It's only been a few months.
Only been a few months on a very hostile island. I am sure they survived.
Look, the last I heard, they were in the waters, the territorial waters around the Red Caps. Now, it is only assumed that they were shipwrecked. Perhaps the ship is just fine. It's simply not signed into any port in the last 3 months.
Okay, Captain.
Yes.
You
for the record, I believe this is lunacy. But yes, Cecil.
Well, Captain, I agree with you. It is complete and utter lunacy. But you said you've sailed past the Red Caps before. How, if he believes it might have been shipwrecked, or what about a sail by at least? Just scout it out.
I will bring you close enough to disembark on a rowboat, should you wish, and I'm more than happy to sail around the island to try and spot if there's any wreckage around it. But like I said, I won't be bringing the ship close. I don't wish to endanger the rest of the crew. I've already faced the wrath of these creatures, and I don't really wish to do so once more. And I don't think it's fair on the crew either.
Completely understandable. I mean, from all the tales I've heard on like my travels, it's once you go in, there's no coming out. It's like going to your own funeral. At this point, you shouldn't just keep a safe distance. You should keep a very good distance, and we'll row the way back. Like we'll row it if we actually go.
That sounds agreeable to me.
So we're going?
Because there's no
What?
choice.
I don't really want to, but it's our job.
Here we go.
We'll be there by first light tomorrow. I suggest you get a good night's sleep and a hearty meal of gruel before you do so. I believe that the bosun has cooked up some exceptionally grey gruel this afternoon.
Gruel.
I'll stick to starving myself. Thank you.
You might want to speak to Dave. Actually, he does know. He has mentioned harpies before. He might know something that might help you.
How to cook them?
Excuse me.
How to cook them? Okay.
I've seen them before, Arcelia. I wouldn't cook them if I were you. They're not exactly the most pleasant looking of creatures.
Aren't they bird-like?
Think less chicken and more vulture.
It's a bird. It can
Well,
go
yes.
on a roast.
It does have human parts as well.
It'll still be better than that grub.
Probably.
Well, that's debatable, but yes, fair enough.
As a side note, I actually can create food and water as a spell, but I'm not telling anyone this for now.
Oh, you. This is mean. That's so mean. Oh my.
Never tell them, Gavin. Never tell them.
Okay, Cecil would like to go and have a look, a little talk with Bosun Dave.
Some members of the crew might also know something. I mean, we have some experienced people on the ship. They might be able to tell you something about them. I will take you to the Red Caps, but it is your funeral, no pun intended. We'll be there, like I said, by first dawn. Yes. Unless you have
Alright.
anything else to say, Theodore? No? I'm happy.
Of course you are. You're staying here nice and cozy. And with that, I'm just gonna stand up, push my chair back, and walk out of the door. Yeah.
He doesn't seem to have much of a response to that. He just sort of goes,
Well, I'm gonna
Anyone
get
want
some
some
rum.
grub?
I think
I'll
it's time
pass.
for some rum.
I'll
Peak.
take rum.
Peak.
That's a yes.
I think Peak will
Yeah.
just stick to his, dried pieces of meat that he's been carrying around in his backpack for months.
okay, so who's going where? Sorry.
I'm joining.
I might-
I'm joining Falks for some rum.
I might
Going
go
down
and,
to the hull for some rum?
Yes, sir.
I might go and see if the elves, the lookouts, might know anything more about the harpies. If anyone wants to, is that an option?
Yeah, for sure. Everything's
Yeah.
an option. Whatever you want to do.
I think that's what Peak would do. Them being the lookouts, they might have spotted something when they were last, close to the red caps. If anyone wants to join in that conversation.
Well, you know that normally Freako and Mako take the looking out in shifts.
Okay.
That's what kind of gives you guys 24/7 surveillance on the boat itself. On the ship itself, sorry. It's not a boat, it's a ship. So normally one of them will be up in the crow's nest and the other one will normally be in the sleeping quarters, either having a quick nap or perhaps just going through their logs or writing something or whatever. So which one of them would you like to visit? The one in the crow's nest or the one in the quarters?
Who's in the crow's nest right now?
Mako right now is in the crow's nest.
Mako. Yeah, I'll go and talk to Mako. Stretch my
Mako's the
legs.
one who helped you guys out with the land shark.
Mm,
With that final
Yeah.
blow.
yeah. Okay.
The hero.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. That's what Peak would end up doing.
Okay, all right. So we got Falcon and Gecko going down to the hull. We got Peak going to the crow's nest. Okay. Let's switch to the hull first. So, Gecko, Falx, as you guys head downstairs into the belly of the ship itself, you can feel the sway of the tide. Much better, of course, down here in the very heart of the ship itself. And as you step down and your eyes begin to adjust to the gloom, you hear an excited "Masters!" coming from the shadows, and you see Skidmark running out of the darkness. He seems to have attached brushes now to both to the front of his arms and also to his knees as well, in order to be doing double time. And as he runs up to you, he goes,
You came to visit Skidmark again. Skidmark has liquid. Look, liquid. This is liquid. You want liquid?
Yes, Skidmark.
Yes,
Sit down
please.
with us for a minute.
Yes.
and he lies down right next to his barrel. And you see some amber liquid coming down into his mouth. After he's had his fill, he sort of shifts over to the side and looks expectantly at you, Falx.
You ever see a harpy, Skidmark?
Harpy? What harpy?
Flying bird woman.
No. You joke. Not real? Flying woman?
I thought so. I've had too
Why
much to
lady
drink,
fly?
don't I? I'm not sure. It's just the way of things.
Oh. Bird fly. Fish fly sometime. Lady no fly.
Well, some do.
God?
No. No.
God fly.
Maybe, I don't know. Well, mine doesn't.
You have God too?
Of course.
What's your God name?
Thale is his name, Skidmark.
Thale? Tail? Thale.
There
Thale
you go,
your
yes.
God.
The god of
Thale
the
not
sea.
Skidmark God.
He could be if you wanted.
God of sea, you say?
Yes. We are in his domain as we speak, and I offer things to him so that he may grant us safe passage.
You offer him now? You no offer him Skidmark.
Oh, no. No. You're safe, don't worry.
He see us?
Oh, yes. He
Okay.
constantly watches over us.
No sleep.
Gods don't need to.
Gods fly. Skidmark know this.
If you say so, Skidmark. Then I just...
You want drink?
Yeah, I was about to say I just like knock back a tot of rum and just sit down and contemplate the challenge ahead.
He sits alongside of you, so sticking his hands behind his head. He seems quite happy to be sitting next to one of his masters.
Fair enough.
Gecko, you drink?
Yes, please.
He waits for you to get onto the barrel before an amber liquid just pours down onto your face and into your open mouth. He waits until it starts pouring out of your mouth before he switches it off.
It good liquid. It good.
Yes, it is.
Gecko, you have God.
Many.
Many. More than Dale. More than Falx. How many you have?
Too many to count.
More than 4?
Can see he only has 4 digits.
More than 4?
Yes, more than 4.
Oh, many. Okay. Skidmark have one.
Who is your god?
Mr. Luke.
Who?
Mr. Look, he god of goblins and god of sea. Like Sail, god of sea, but this one god of goblins and sea.
Interesting. Tell us more about him.
Skidmark think Mr. Look angry at Skidmark now because Mr. Look take magical item and give it to you. So Skidmark no talk to Mr. Look at the moment.
All right, fair enough.
Okay, so as the three of you are getting soused below the decks of the ship, Peak, you head upstairs towards the upper decks, climb up to the crow's nest, and you find Mako, the elf, keeping a watchful eye on the horizon. As you get up to the top, Peak, what are you doing up here? I thought you didn't like heights very much.
Well, not in my normal form. So, yeah, but I wanted some fresh air and I wanted to have a bit of a chat with you. Have you heard we're going to the Red Caps?
Yes, I have. I hear that there are harpies over there. I'm quite happy I won't be disembarking on that particular expedition.
Indeed. Well, that's kind of what I want to talk to you about. Last time you guys were close to the Red Caps, did you notice anything, unusual, something that could help us? Whether that's about the harpies or about the island?
Well, we've never been to the red caps themselves. We've sailed past them. There are absolute troves of harpies over there. It's quite dangerous. Have you ever encountered harpies before?
I don't think harpies would be something native for the Elden Reaches, would they?
No.
No, I can't say I have. I'm a bit worried, to be honest. All I've been hearing is that they're deadly and they're gonna gnaw on my skull until it's clean.
Well, they are quite evil creatures, to be frank. Imagine the body, legs, and wings of a bird of prey, and the torso and the arms and the head of a human woman.
Ooh.
Actually, in Elven lore, we actually have a story about the harpies and where they come from. It's believed amongst the elves that harpies actually originated from our race.
Oh, that is quite interesting. And say, what is this? What is the story then? Is it a curse?
Well, yes, actually. It's said that a long time ago there was an elf wandering through the forest, and this elf heard birdsong that was so pure and so wholesome that she was moved to tears. And following this music, she came upon a clearing, and in the clearing there stood this handsome, tall elf youth who had also paused to hear the birdsong. This youth was Fenmarel. He is a reclusive elf god, and his divine presence stole the heart of the elf that came across him. And when he ran away and vanished into the woods as if he was never there, she looked for him for hours and for days and for months on end. However, she found no sign of his passage. She began to despair, and she called upon the gods to help her. And Faina, the elf goddess of the sky, she heard the elves' cries and was moved to aid her. And she appeared as the bird whose song had entranced the outcast god, then taught that song of beauty and of seduction to the elf. However, when the elf began to sing, Fenmarel never appeared by her side, and the elf cursed the gods and invoked a dreadful power that transformed her into the first harpy. and this curse worked its magic on her spirit as well as her body, turning her desire for love into a hunger for flesh, even as her beautiful song continued to draw creatures into her deadly embrace. So, not a creature to be trifled with or taken lightly. I've also heard that harpies enjoy removing parts of their victims slowly over time because they enjoyed the screams of suffering that come from their prey, and they try to prolong its demise for as many days as possible.
So as Miko is telling the story, Peak is now literally, back against, the crow's nest mast, and he's kind of like his cloak is, up here, and he's like,
What? Quite an interesting story.
Probably just a story.
Just
of
a
course.
story, yeah, of course, yeah. Well, it's good to know, I guess. It's good to know more about any foes or potential danger we might run into. Is there anything else you can think of that might help us on this dangerous journey we're about to go on?
Well, you've heard of the Harpy song, I'm sure.
Yes, we have. I mean, we haven't really put a plan in action besides, putting something in our ear, hoping for the best. But
That would probably work, I suppose. They are harpies are also known to attack in flocks. A harpy alone is far less dangerous than one that has teamed up with comrades. So you might want to try and separate them should you be having difficulties.
Noted. That is good to know indeed.
Apart from that, I don't really know what to tell you. I don't envy you.
Well, either way, I think I've taken enough of your time, Miko. Thank you. You've been most helpful.
Welcome. Anytime, Beak.
He reaches into his backpack and here's something for a token of my appreciation, and he hands him like a broken ring. I'm trying to think of something that could be more mundane.
Mako very ceremoniously takes it in both hands and then bows low and goes, "Thank you for the gift." And he pockets it anyway.
So yeah, I mean, whenever we regroup, Peak is gonna try and relay the information and the story about the curse as well.
Yeah, 100%. Just one thing, Gavin, you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, because I can't see you, but I can hear you as long as I can hear you. All right, okay, awesome. Meanwhile, Cecil and Arcelia, were you guys doing anything in particular?
I went to get a bowl of grub.
Sure.
I went to go speak to Bosun Dave.
Ah, well, you're heading to the same place then, guys.
Yeah.
So as you both enter the cooking quarters, there's a smell of staleness and an instant aroma of rotting fish as you step inside. You can see that Bosun Dave has been busy. The entire kitchen now is covered in a layer of fumes. Cecil, you can see just fine because the fumes sort of stop at about chest level for normal people. So you just step underneath and you can see Bosun Dave's legs wandering about from counter to counter. As you step inside Arcelia, you sort of brush away the fumes. And as they dissipate and your eyes adjust a little bit, you take a coughing breath and step into the room. Ah, Arcelia, Cecil, have you come for some gruel? This batch is fresh and lovely.
I grab a bowl from next to the door. And I say, "Yes, please. I'm starving."
You see Dave stepping out of the fumes with a large pot. The liquid inside just sort of goes as he sticks a ladle into it it sort of suctions it out of it and plops it onto your plate. It lands with a plop and sort of just like stays there. It doesn't sort of melt downwards or anything. It just stays as one entire clump of gruel in the middle of your plate, almost solid.
I see
Enjoy.
Cecil sees this and looks up at Arcelia and says, looks up at Arcelia, looks back down at the bowl, and look back up at Arcelia and says, "You're going to eat that?"
Oh, it can't be that bad. So I grab a spoon, take a nice big heapful, try it out. I look at
You-
Bosun Dave.
One moment.
Okay.
I'm still hearing you, don't worry.
I look at Bosun Dave and I ask him, paprika or cumin?
So it tastes a little bit like if you were to take oatmeal and mix it with a little bit of fish seasoning, really. It's not that bad. The texture is just very soft and bland, but very warm and quite filling, like one spoonful and you can feel it already beginning to fill you up. And there's definitely protein in this stuff. You can almost feel the electrolytes and the energy surging through you as you chomp down on it. Do you like it?
It's not as bad as it smells.
That's true. That's because the fish are only 2 days old.
Oh, that's fresh on our ship, and I keep eating properly, like stuffing my face.
Okay, Dave, give us a bowl then. Give us a bowl. I'm starving after my little mishap fishing this morning, huh?
And you are handed a smaller bowl with a clod of gruel in the middle of it. You know, I do hate cooking. I only do this because no one else on the ship wants to do it.
Yeah, we should find us an actual chef, huh? What do you say, Dave?
At Aegis, I tried asking around, but no ship cooks were available. 'Tis a shame. We'll try at the next port we stop at.
Yeah, as Dave is saying this, Cecil picks up a spoon and lets it drip back into the plate and agrees with him. Like, yes, we should find if we get to the next port. What would these harpies on? Not excited, Dave.
Just very quickly before he responds, as you do so with the spoon and sort of dig it in and then sort of tilt it to let it drip back in, it just stays on the spoon. It does not move. Or if it's moving at glacier pace.
Wow.
I heard we were going to the Red Caps. Hate that place. Nasty, harpy-infested rock that air is.
Have you ever been?
No, never been. Sailed past it a couple of times.
But you know about the harpies, though? Like, when I was younger, my dad always told me about them, but never properly. Nobody seems to know anything proper about them. They seem to be a mystery.
Well, I've never encountered one myself, but I know they don't like a fair fight, and they'll often try and attack you if they have the element of surprise only. They're cowards, actually, so I've been told. Even if the situation be to their advantage, they'll immediately turn around, turn tail, and fly off. They prefer to go hungry than try to fight you in a straight-up, manly one-to-one fight.
So is there anything they're scared of?
Well, yes, I just told you. They don't like confrontation, do they? However, I wouldn't let them get the jump on you.
Okay, so we gotta keep element of surprise on our side then.
Aye. Also, I heard tales of harpies trying to charm sailors out to sea, luring them off the ships, or getting them to leave their party during the island expedition.
Yeah, well, number one rule, that stick together in my books.
Aye. I also heard they like to collect trophies and trinkets. They do. If they can't get the whole of you, they'll try to take a finger or they'll try to take something shiny off of you.
Cecil looks up at Arcelia. You know, we just so happen to have someone who's got a backpack full of shiny little trinkets and objects. Huh.
Aye, that might be an idea.
Yes, but we might need to make sure they're properly strapped onto him because stealth is key in this mission.
I'm thinking the opposite. We leave them very loose and throw them out so the harpies can deal with them, take the shinies and leave us alone, huh?
He sort of pats your head, Cecil, and goes, just don't let them carry you off, little one.
I'll be
Cecil,
having cat for dinner, and I just take another spoon.
Cecil gives you a sharp, you better take those words back, sort of, watch my back. Don't make sure they don't carry me away.
Aye, tie him down. All you need is a very small rock.
Dave, I'm heavier than a small rock.
Are you sure?
Sure you are, Cecil, sure you are. I'm just pulling your tail.
Well, not with the way that net dragged you down today.
Not my finest moment. And I will make sure that next time the fisherman Falx does the fishing.
Probably a better idea.
Yes, probably.
Then we would
Indeed.
have had fresh fish.
Yes, not. And again, I turn my spoon upside down and it just sticks there.
I mean, it's not that bad. It could be worse. Could you, I turned to Dave and I said, could use some pepper though.
Pepper! Aye, that's a good idea. Thank you for the tip.
At this point, I head and I leave my bowl in the dish holder where you wash them. I am not thinking English, and I walk out for a glass of rum.
Yeah, I thank Dave for the wonderful grub, and I head off to get the cloak or the robe or whatever that Pete gave me to give it back to him.
All right. Okay.
It's full of
Could I?
cat hair.
Could I
Kevin?
interject for a moment? Yeah.
Falx?
Because an idea came to me and therefore came to Falx while he was drinking. I turn to Gecko and I say, "Hey, Gecko. Remember that net that those other two were using to catch the fish with?"
I heard about it. I wasn't there, but I know about it, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking, what if we get some nets and add weights to them? That would take away a harpy's advantage of flying if we can get one around them. What do you think?
We could definitely ask Meek if he has something heavy lying around.
I think we could use that to our advantage, seeing as all these people who have actually encountered them are so scared of them. I don't know. Maybe we should look into it.
We'll keep the option in mind if we get to it.
Yeah,
Just raise a tankard and cheers and keep drinking.
sure. But yeah, I think that would be a good idea.
We'll see.
Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Sure. As you guys are discussing, Arcelia, Cecil, sorry. You guys said you're getting some rum, so you step down to the lower decks where you find Gecko and Falx. Wedged between them is an extremely inebriated Skidmark, who has stopped speaking at this point and is just staring gazedly from one master to the other and nodding sagely the whole time.
Love it.
Um,
Well, I see you finally joined us.
of course, you're hogging all the rum, aren't you?
I suppose that's true. Here, pour yourself a glass.
Quick question: is Peak also with us?
You tell me.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm done from speaking to Miku, so I'm kind of like gonna go down. Yeah, I think I'd rejoin the group.
Okay, and so Cecil would like to ask Peak what he learned from, was it Mako you spoke to?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, hey Peak, we got some info from Dave, and what did you learn from Mako?
So is this the point where you give me back the cloak?
Yes, this is the
Yes,
point where I give you back the cloak. Oh, and he says, thank you, by the way.
Oh, no problem. And he looks at the cloak and he starts to sort of like shake it loose of all the hairs. He puts it back on. Well, it sounds like the harpies are stronger in groups. So whatever we do, I think it might be a good idea to try and split them up. That's one of the main things he mentioned. He also told me a very, very interesting old story. And I relayed the story about the curse to Cecil.
Okay. Cecil's ears are very perked up and very interested when you mention curse part in the story. Cecil asks, "Curse, you say? I wonder."
He said it's obviously a story, almost a legend, so not quite sure it'll help us, tomorrow, but it's always good to know more what you're about to face and their history.
Oh yes, indeed. Agreed. Curses are mighty intriguing things. Maybe I might learn a thing or two with this encounter. And Cecil sort of mentally, he moves away from the attention of the group, sort of in his own mind bubble sort of thing. He's thinking and ruminating, and I'm not sure. It's quite obvious, so I'm not sure if anyone notices or whatever, but he thinks, goes off thinking.
I feel like I don't want to interrupt, what you're doing. If you say everyone's noticed, it's a bit obvious. So I guess I think Peak would give you some space. He wouldn't be someone who comes poking you.
Okay.
Have you got any ideas there?
Ideas. Maybe not for our situation. Maybe for my situation.
Your situation.
Oh yes. It's intriguing, because if harpies are cursed, then there might be a way to break a curse. That's something we might find out.
What, true love's kiss?
Oh no.
I'm not kissing any harpies tomorrow.
Who said you're their true love?
Well, do you have any sort of I don't know. I know you have a library in your room. Do you have any books on curses?
Oh, I've been trying to research curses for forever. Ever since I was young, and it's one of the reasons why I set out on this adventure, because a curse comes close to heart. Very close to heart.
Is it likely we can find some information on harpies?
Oh, I don't think there's anything about harpies in there and not much about curses because I haven't come so far. I mean, if I did find some information, it would be great if I could break my own curse.
Your excuse me?
Your own curse?
Well, of course. Tabaxi don't usually look like this, do they? Or have you never seen an actual tabaxi?
Well, I just assumed that one of your parents were an actual cat.
I thought you were just the runt of the litter.
Runt! Runt! I'd like to, like little paw swipe at the back pig's head. I am no runt. This, I might have you know, this is a curse. An adorable, but yet annoying curse. And I would love to break it and finally be free.
So, if you're not a tabaxi, what are you?
I'm a tabaxi. But, you see, this goes way back in my clan's history. And actually, my entire clan is cursed. And this is why I set out on my adventures and why I joined the Cross-Eyed Company in the first place. To try and find a way to break the curse for my clan.
I
All right.
see.
So
what
what
I
do
was
you actually
expecting.
look like?
Okay, so imagine a really buff, athletic, and he's doing all these motions. Athletic but tall and extremely proud, cat-like figure. I think I would almost. I'd compete with your height. I think. I'm not sure. I've never actually met an uncursed tabaxi, but that's what they say.
At this point, I whisper under my breath, in that case, he would have become a tiger when cursed. And I take a sip of rum.
Do I hear it?
Does he hear it?
You tell me.
Okay, Cecil hears it, but pretends to not hear it. And sort of, so Cecil starts recounting what he knows about the curse. He doesn't really know much. It's just that apparently his entire clan has been cursed since the clan was founded. None of the clan members really know much about the curse other than that we're tiny and we shouldn't be tiny and we should be a greater kind of species.
Or so the legends say, anyway.
Or so the legends. Of course, they're not legends. There's scrolls. I mean, granted, none of us have seen the scrolls because the elders keep the scrolls, but there are scrolls.
I'll take your word for it.
That sounds suspicious.
You know, one of these days we will head to the Sun Rocks and maybe Gecko. He's big and tall. He can maybe tower over the elders and maybe scare them into showing us these scrolls. Maybe Gecko. Maybe.
I'm a peacekeeper. Okay. I will do no such thing.
But I've got to know. I have to.
Then you tower over them.
Are you telling me there is an entire island full of talking, adorable cats?
Well, of course, it's my clan. It's where I come from. You think I'm the only majestic cat out here? No. There's hundreds of us.
Well, majestic. I mean,
Can someone explain to me why we're not going there tomorrow instead of the red caps? Because this all sounds useless. I would like to go to that island. I will live on that island. I will feed all of you milk and whatever you eat.
Oh, we like fish a lot.
I'll fish for you. Well, maybe not the entire island. You might need to help, but I won't put you in the water.
Yeah, don't put me in the water.
after today's experience, I don't think he wants to fish again.
Nope, no, you can do all the fishing. The clan Sunrocks will be so happy for having you, just fishing all the time. Yes, you know, one day if we survive tomorrow, I'll be sure to take you to the Sunrocks someday.
Sounds like a plan.
I'd love to.
So what do you think we should do tomorrow? Do you think one of your books could help us, understand the harpies better, is what you're saying?
I don't know. I can have a look.
Shall we all try? Shall we all come see?
Okay.
Ooh, a night of reading.
5 heads
Okay.
are better than one.
Indeed. Okay, so I
How many eyes? 1, 2, 3.
remember we've got eye patches. So DM, do we find anything?
Like, we'll shuffle single file, out of the door. We'll hop 2, 3, 4, walking towards your room. Everybody, I imagine you have quite a small room, right? Everybody
Yeah. I don't think everyone would fit in there in the room, to be honest.
Oh,
I mean, 2 of you are quite small. I mean,
Oh yeah, me and Peak will definitely get in there fine.
So, before, just so that I know, everyone here has been drinking, right?
oh yeah.
Fantastic. Right. So, why don't you guys all go ahead and give me intelligence checks. Give me intelligence checks, but everyone's going to have to do it with disadvantage, because as you wiled the evening away discussing your different trails of life, etc., you've been slowly making your way through one of the barrels of rum, and these barrels are quite large. I mean, this is supposed to supply a crew for like a good 2 weeks, an entire crew for a good 2 weeks of rum. And you've drained the whole thing. So, so let me just go through you guys. Gecko, what's your role? Gecko, you're muted, buddy. With disadvantage, remember, guys.
how do you do the disadvantage?
Oh, just roll it twice and tell me the lower number.
Okay.
Unless Myron probably knows a cleverer way to do that.
Well, the lower number is 19.
Oh, not bad.
Then I rolled a natural 20.
I just want to point out to the audience, do you know how many natural 20s just rolled? We have Captain Gecko, we have Cecile.
Yeah, and this is crazy. This one.
I rolled on D. I
We-
rolled on roll 20. Oh, sorry, on D&D. I also got the nat 20 and the 9 and the 17.
So you guys have basically consumed all your nat 20s for the evening. Fantastic. Let me bring on the land charms.
That is,
Sorry,
that
the
is
storm
unlucky.
sharks.
That is unlucky. Can we have advantage on this instead?
No. So, let's see. Gecko, what was your roll, buddy? 19, you said?
Yeah.
Alx?
17.
17. Cecil?
17.
Celia?
14.
These are all with disadvantage, right?
With disadvantage. My other roll was an 18.
My other roll was a 20.
I got a 15, yeah. My other one was a 20 as well.
Yes. Just like
We read the
DMs are
books.
just out the window.
Okay.
We know the information.
We can quote you the first sentence if you give us the page number.
Listen, we grew, we grew a tolerance for alcohol at this point.
Right. Okay. So, soused though you guys are, your collective minds and your still relatively sharp intellect managed to put together quite a bit of information about the harpies. You can definitely confirm that what you've heard till now from the other crew members is very true and very factual. There's no doubt about it. From the couple of books where you find references to harpies, you definitely get confirmation these creatures are known to be very evil, very sadistic creatures. They take glee and they take joy in suffering and in death in general, and in the pain and agony of the prey that they hunt. They have been known to lead countless people, countless sailors at sea to their deaths. This is either through island expeditions where they might lead some unwary traveler off the side of a cliff, or even out to sea. Solitary harpies, especially in the evenings when they tend to become more active, have been known several times to lead a lone sailor off the side of a ship. And all that remains of that sailor is a brief splash in the water before they quickly are left behind by the ship to drown. You do find an interesting mention, Peak, actually, you're the one who comes across this, an interesting mention of Fenmaril Masserine, the outcast god that elf had ran after, who eventually had led to the elf cursing the gods and becoming the first harpy herself. You guys also find mention of the weapons that harpies enjoy using. They are primarily quite primitive creatures and will mostly use their talons to rip into their prey, their razor sharp talons. However, they have been known to craft crude spears and even maces out of the bones of their victims. They are also strong enough, especially the larger specimens, to pick up smaller prey and drop it off the sides of the cliff if they have enough velocity and they're large enough to do so. You also find one small entry about harpy matriarchs, who normally there is only one per flock. And it simply says in the entry, these creatures are to be avoided at all costs.
Ooh.
You also find one more thing, which is a mention about them being quite gruesome collectors. They tend to take shiny baubles, valuable objects, and other trophies from their victims, such as a severed limb or detached appendage. Sometimes even fighting over these little trophies amongst themselves. They might even take a bone to fashion into a weapon or to simply use as part of primitive jewelry. Even hair, or like I said, other body parts to line their nest. There, you find that they're known to live in different climates, mostly tropical. They prefer warmer climates in general. They have been known at times to go to the more polar regions of the uncharted seas, especially close to the Thunder Seas. However, normally in migration flocks, they don't tend to live in those regions. That's about all you found, but for those roles, I think that was a decent amount of information.
Nice.
So,
Epic.
as you guys while away the evening and then late into the night researching the harpies, each of you, after a time, at different times of the night, your eyes flutter shut slowly and your heads bend over as you fall asleep, poring over the books in your hands within Cecil's quarters. And you are all awakened at the same time as the first light reaches across the crystal waters of the uncharted sea by a sound high above going, "Land ho, red caps!" And we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Nice.
Brilliant.
Okay,
See you soon.
We'll meet again. Actually, we'll meet. We'll take an 8-minute break because my food has arrived, so I want to take a couple of slices of pizza. So we'll meet again at past in about 8 minutes' time. Okay, guys. So
Brilliant.
see you in 8 minutes.
Cheers.
Z,
ya.
Z,
Yo.
before you leave, can I ask a technical question while we're off stream?
Yeah, sure. Go for it, man.
There you go.
Okay.
The spell silence,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
It reads as follows. For the duration, no sound can be created within or pass through a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point you choose within range. Right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Can I cast it on an object and move the object around? Or is the
Yes.
sphere static?
Well, I have to check the exact wording. Give me one sec. It depends. If it's the exact same. One second. I'm hearing someone else talking. Just mute your mics, guys, if you're leaving. If it is the exact same wording as darkness, then yes. I'm just going to double check. From point you choose within range, on a point you choose within range, yes.
So I can
Yes, you
cast it on a bauble and move it around.
You can indeed, yes.
Because that sounds useful.
Keep in mind it's concentration. That's the only thing. But yes, 100%. You can do exactly what you're saying, and that's a very smart idea. Okay, I'm going to go and grab a bite to eat. All right, dude.
Enjoy.
See you guys in 5.
Say hi.
Wait, you saw this?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, we're on.
Oh, we're live.
We're live.
We're live.
Let's go.
Thanks for the warning.
Don's just like, this is the appropriate moment. Okay, so above you guys, you're jerked awake by the sound of "Land ho, red caps" coming from the crow's nest. As you stumble bleary-eyed onto the deck in the crimson rays of the dawning sun's reach, you see off in the distance a black spot on the edge of the horizon. All five of you are on deck. You see a few sailors who have already started their early morning work, checking the riggings, unfurling the sails, etc. You see that Bosun Dave has now come up and is on top of the stern at the ship's wheel. He has now taken navigational control of the ship. Is Gavin back? Someone is asking me. Gavin, you're there, right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, all right. Okay. It'll probably be a couple of hours before you are close enough to the to the island, to make out any discernible details. Is there anything you guys wanted to do in the meantime, in the early hours of the morning? Just checking, but we can compress time and move forward if you like, but I just wanted to see if there's anything you guys would like to prep beforehand, that's all. No, we all seem good. All right, fantastic. So we'll just shift forward. As you draw closer to the island of the Red Caps, you can see that the landmass itself is surrounded on all sides by these high, towering cliffs in a crimson hue, the red stone of the cliffs themselves all around the island that gives this landmass its ominous name. Along the cliffside, you can begin to make out small creatures in large flocks that seem to be flying around the island. And as you draw a bit closer, some of them which are coming further and further out to sea, you notice puffins and other water birds who must make their nests in the cracks and crevices of the cliffs. You watch as birds fly up and down the steep cliffside, diving down into the choppy, white-tipped waters below and emerging with fish. Captain Dane and Theodore come up on deck. You are still a good few miles away from the island. Bosun, make sure to tilt to starboard side and begin to circle around the island. This is as far as we will go, agents. I don't wish to advance any further into the territorial waters of the Harpies. What would you guys like to do? As she says this, Theodore jumps up. Most probably they will want to descend on a rowing boat. I'm sure they'll be able to scale those cliffs with ease. The lot of you are pretty resourceful, aren't you? I don't think that's a great idea. Perhaps we should sail around the island and try and see if there's any signs of wreckage and possibly any way to get onto it safely.
That's a
Yes,
good
but-
idea.
Well, yes, but if we take too much time, we're trying to keep our distance from the island, so it's going to take a lot of time, and we should use the early morning before the Harpies are fully awake. And
Listen.
I'm sure the cliffs shouldn't be a problem.
Listen, you hired us because you said we're resourceful. we are the ones with the skills here. So, let us do our job.
There's
Exactly.
always-
Some steep cliffs shouldn't be a problem for you.
There's
Well,
always an
it's up
early
to you guys.
There's always an early morning tomorrow. I'd rather make sure that we're, covering our bases, and if we find an entrance or a point where we don't have to climb a cliff, all the better for it.
Celia, you're talking sense there.
I scratch you right behind the ear. Thank you.
Yes.
As much as you talk sense, Celia, we are running a little bit low on supplies, so if we're going to do this, this is going to have to be today for sure. However, it can be later on during the day. I see no point in rushing things. Yes, well, do you want the harpies to wake up and start patrolling? It's best that we sort this out now. Whilst they're still roosting.
Maybe there's wisdom in striking out. Well, the question still remains: how are we meant to scale these cliffs? None of us are expert climbers, as far as I believe, and sheer wall.
What about Mako? He climbs very well. He climbs up to the crow's nest every day.
I suppose you could clamber up and let down a rope or something.
Exactly.
True.
I am a bit reluctant to allow a member of the crew to accompany you on this particular journey. However, if you insist, I will ask him, and he can make his own mind up.
All right.
think that's
What about
fair.
asking his brother too, just in case?
If the captain is reluctant on letting one member of the crew go, then I think she'd also be reluctant on letting two members of the crew go.
What I mean by that.
Go up to Mako and tell him, listen, hero of the group. You saved them once. Please, they require your assistance again. Maybe like put a little charm in there, like, persuade him a little bit.
It's okay. Look. Felines are particularly agile. And after the rum we had last night, I think I can climb and scale those cliffs nice and easy. Cecil was feeling very confident, but maybe perhaps still a little bit drunk from the night before.
I'm just imagining Cecil sort of, as he's saying this, doing a couple of push-ups, doing some sit-ups, sort of like posing a little bit. Very agile, you see.
Listen, if they say no, I'll do it. Okay? I am the least drunk of all of you. Maybe I can do my best. Plus, I have some tricks up my sleeve if things go bad.
I'll join you in that case. You'll have a backup.
It would not take us more than a few hours to sail around the island. If I could urge again caution. And
I do
I'm
prefer
saying
that
that we shouldn't. We should do this now.
I do prefer if we go around the island just to make sure. Because if we're taking the hard way instead of the smart way, we'll be tired out at the top, and it'll be a bit difficult to fight if we need to.
Yes, but what did they tell us? They told us, and all the information we have says that if we catch the harpies by surprise, then we'll have advantage on our side. And what is a bigger surprise than scaling the cliff?
Yeah,
they won't expect that.
But the books also said that they won't fight us unless they have advantage. And if we're on a cliffside, climbing up, without a rope or any kind of harness or anything, they have the advantage. They are flying creatures.
But they are asleep at the moment.
They're asleep, so let's go.
Okay.
Did I go first? Because I do have tricks up my sleeve if something were to go wrong. Do I go first? And I'll let down a rope for you guys.
Shall we put it to the vote?
Before we go any further out of character, I just want to contextualize for a moment. You can see that this landmass is round about I'd say about the size of the size of Gozo, roundabout.
Okay.
So it's not very large. We're talking about like 10 kilometers across by about 5 or 6 kilometers,
Mhm.
which is I believe about the size of Gozo. And however, the cliffs are exceedingly high. We're talking about 300 feet up, sheer cliff sides.
I don't think we have
From
enough
your
rope for
distance, you
that.
cannot see how sheer they are, of course, but just from like the sides and the silhouettes coming up from the slowly rising sun on the horizon, they seem to cut a pretty sleek outline. Just to give you guys every ounce of knowledge that you need on this. You can go either way on this.
That's a lot of rope. That is all of the ship's rope. It is. 300. Do you know what 300 feet are? It is a lot of feet.
We don't have
could I-
climbing gear, do we?
Do we?
I don't know.
No.
Do we?
Check your
No,
bag.
You tell me.
No, I mean I don't. I'm asking like does the ship have any I don't
The
know,
ship
anything.
could probably provide ample amounts of rope, but rope is probably not the only thing you will need. Well, you might have some other tricks up your sleeve, all of you, that might help in this.
I actually might have something that might help with our decision making if it makes a difference. As a cleric, I have access. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
As a cleric, I have access to the spell Augury. The spell allows me to basically, I'll just read it out. By casting gem inlaid sticks, rolling dragon bones, laying out ornate cards, or employing other divining tools, you receive an omen from an otherworldly entity about the results of a specific course of action you plan to take within the next 30 minutes. The DM chooses from the following possible omens, and then leave that up to Z to look up. So yeah, maybe that could help. What do you guys think?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says on a course of action within the next 30 minutes. So I'm going to base my readings on the assumption that we want to scale the cliff. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yes.
And
Wait a
with the
bit.
fa-
Mm-hmm.
How long will it take to row to shore?
15 minutes.
well, I don't
From
think
where
it makes
you
a
are,
difference.
it'll probably take about an hour of rowing. You're quite far out from the island.
Okay.
Oh,
So
right.
yeah, if it's 30 minutes, then
Well, it doesn't make a difference because if I make a reading about scaling the cliffs and I get a bad result, we don't scale the cliffs, right?
True.
okay. True.
So we
Your
get
reading
close.
should only take 11 minutes to do, Gav.
Yeah, I can cast it as a ritual, sure.
I believe you have ritual casting, don't you?
Ah,
I
yes, I
think
do.
clerics do
Yes, I
have
do.
ritual casting, right?
Yes.
So yeah, it'll only take 11 minutes to cast. What are you
Okay,
using to cast this, please?
So basically, I asked the crew to go to the lower decks for a few minutes, right? And I have full access and privacy to the poop deck. If a few members want to, stay and keep an eye out, I'll allow that, but not too many because it's distracting. Not because it's a secret or anything. I just don't want too many people around when I'm doing this. And basically, what I do is I go into my room and I bring out a sack. It's a brown, unassuming leather sack, medium sized. And I bring out a set of small stones. What is not obvious by just looking at them, these stones were all basically picked from beneath the sea by myself as part of my training, and each one has a specific significance. They're different minerals, some maybe some aquamarine, the different precious stones, and I lay them out in a circle of blue and green. I then light some incense around these circles, and I sit in the middle, and I bring out a pouch of fish bone, and I basically throw them in front of me within the circle, and they will clatter to the ground. As they do so, my eyes are closed, and I'm focusing on the events that are about to transpire. Us climbing this cliff, and the many things that could go right or wrong, the direction of the wind, the harpies noticing our own skills, and I pray to Thale to give us guidance and to show us the right path. I open my eyes and I see the fish bones assorted in a particular way as they have fallen to the ground, and I see the answer. I hope.
So,
Peak is very. Can I just say, Peak is very intrigued in this stuff. Anything to do with this stuff.
okay. So, as you toss the bones into the circle, your eyes snap shut, Falx. Your eyes remain shut with your hands sort of cast out in front of you, like so, frozen in the position where, from where you dropped the bones. Overhead, everyone on deck, you see, you notice the light seems to lessen. And as you look upwards, you see darkened storm clouds appearing out of nowhere, that seem to, just in a few moments, take over the entire expanse of the sky above you, blotting out the sun completely. As you're staring upwards, a little shocked at wherever this enormous stormy cloud bank came from, as rain begins to fall down. Falx, you feel the pitter-patter of rain falling down onto your shoulders, and water running into your beard. And you know that at this moment, as you have been so in several times in the past, you are closer than normal to your god. You wait for a few moments, and the rain stops. As your eyes open, you lean down and you reach out to touch the fish bones. For there is rain all around. The entire deck of the ship is slightly soaked with the brief shower. However, what concerns you more than anything is whether or not the rain has fallen within the circle that you cast. As you touch the fish bones, you feel a wetness on your fingers, and you draw your hand back and check your fingers to make sure that you're correct. Yes. Rainwater has fallen within the circle. This is an omen of woe, an omen of bad results. You know it would not be wise to pursue this particular course of action.
Friends, Thale has spoken. I not only suggest, but implore us to not take the action which we have suggested. We are not to climb these cliffs. It is of utmost importance that we act prudently. Yes. I would not go against the will of Thale.
So circle down around the island then?
Sorry?
Yeah.
So a circle around the island?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yep.
Yeah. Is Theodore Whitebay doing or saying anything like Peak would have his eyes literally darted at him, like waiting for him to open his mouth?
After Falx has finished speaking, His face does darken for a moment. A quick scowl crosses his face. A look of annoyance more than anything else. But he says nothing.
Okay.
As you guys collectively agree to sail around the island, you hear from behind you, "Bosun, swing her around starboard side. We're sailing around the island." "Aye, Captain." The tide seeker swerves off to the right-hand side, to the starboard side, and begins to sail in an anti-clockwise direction around the island. Okay. After a few minutes, 2-3 minutes, the storm clouds recede completely, now leaving a clear blue sky. And you can see that the sun has now peaked well over the horizon, and is now beginning to rise upwards in the sky. That maybe took 15 minutes of your time. You still have most of the morning, however. It takes you another 3 hours or so before you've made your way about halfway around the island. The reason, by the way, that this is taking so long is because of the wide berth that you are giving the island, because as the captain mentioned, she does not wish to sail the Tide Seeker too close and too far into the territorial waters of the Harpies themselves. Though you keep an eye out, you see neither feather nor talon of any harpies in the sky. However, you do see several species of water birds fishing and flying around the cliffs of the Redcaps. Like I said, after about 3 hours, you've made your way about halfway around the island to the back of the island itself. And it is there that you spot a break in the cliffside, a sheer crack, a crevice that goes from the very top of the cliff straight down to the water's surface itself. The water seems whiter, choppier than around the rest of the island itself. And this is not helped by the strong breeze that you feel picking up behind your backs, which might be increasing into a strong gust in the near future. Well, if you're going to dock anywhere, that'll be the place to do it. Captain
Indeed.
is standing next to you, of course.
Seems like a good idea.
The Lord of the Sea provides us with both wisdom and bounty. We have a place to shore.
Aye, Uncle. Thale is a good god. He has shown us the way. Would you like us to lower one of the rowboats?
If the others agree,
I
All
agree.
aboard the rowboat.
I say
That
we
would be a
go.
good idea. Are they ready to sail?
Yes, of course. There are 2 oars in the rowboat. You'll need 1 person manning each one of the oars, though.
Okay. So Peak and Cecile.
I was just about to say,
Perfect.
probably not me.
Oh my god. We're gonna be like being lifted up by the waves.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll start rowing. First, if anybody would like to join me.
I can try rowing. I mean, Peak's not completely useless. I
How
don't-
about both
We
Peak
go around
and
the same.
Cecil go on one oar and Narcelia on the other?
We can try that.
That sounds fun.
Just as you all get onto the rowboat and Barney and Edward are about to lower you down to the water below, the captain walks up to you and goes, There's an eastern wind coming. Be careful. It might push you up against the rocks if you're not watchful. We'll drop anchor over here and wait for you. We will wait for you until at least dawn in 2 days' time. However, we cannot wait any more than that. I will have to take the crew back on the third day.
Oof. Ominous.
All right.
Oh,
Sounds fair.
Aye, Captain.
Aye.
All right.
Please be careful. Okay.
That's the aim.
Can picture them rowing.
Be low. Actually, that was the sound of like the gears moving as the ship is lowered down. The boat is lowered down the side of the ship into the sea. Who's rowing, by the way? Arcelia, and who else was rowing?
And then me and Peak are on one oar.
Sure. All right. Okay. Then, if we need to make any DCs, you guys can roll them collectively, both of you, and I will take the higher number. Is that fair?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So, you might want to have one or two people at the prow, sort of keeping watch. You also need someone to navigate, actually. So,
I think I'm going to be the de facto navigator.
Uncle,
all right.
best you navigate.
I think so.
Actually, it's a rowboat, so it probably does not
Yeah.
have a
It doesn't need navigation if you have the oars.
Yeah.
Like
It's gonna have a thing like a. No, maybe I
rudder.
guess if it's
you
oars.
wouldn't need
Yeah,
it because
rather.
it has oars.
It's a bit redundant. What's it
Yeah.
called again? I forget what those things are called. A rudder. It wouldn't need a rudder because it's got oars already. But
Alright.
two people navigating is not a terrible idea. You guys are going into uncharted waters, no pun intended. So not a terrible idea.
I mean,
Okay.
what I'd like to do if nobody's rowing is basically I just have like a paper and something, and I'm just like drawing up the coastline as we get close to it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. So
Okay.
Off we go.
oh, I'm imagining like peaks really low, right? And his hands are like going up with it.
at a point we've done a full circle because their oar never touched the water. We just went around in a circle.
Hey, that's not
And then I
true.
just
It's like a seesaw, like he gets like pulled up a little bit and then goes back down.
So the eastern breeze, the eastern wind does help you a little bit, and the current is taking you towards the easternmost part of the island, where you can see that that crack in the rocks, that natural valley in the rock formation that leads down to the water's edge, which is hemmed in by the cliffs themselves. You can see at the top and along the sides of the cliffs all sorts of different species of water birds. The sound, the cawing of puffins, of albatrosses, of gulls is practically deafening as you get closer and closer to the island. Almost too late, you spy the massive reef. Several hundred feet from the island itself. Unless you wish to change course, the current might smash you against the rocks with no chance of reaching the shore itself. Your only hope is to be able to steer the boat in between the two sides, the two walls of this crack in the rocks, and steer towards the shoreline, which from your distance, as you... We lost someone.
He's back.
He's back.
Gav?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey!
Welcome back.
It leaves. What was
Sorry.
I saying? Yes, your only hope is to navigate in between the walls of this entryway into the island, and you can see from where you are as you begin to move into this little crevice in the rocks that ahead of you, and by little I mean that like this is a good 50 feet apart. Like there is enough space, more than enough space to move into. Even a larger ship would be able to move through this. However, you do have the wind blowing behind you, and as your rowing boat begins to tilt slightly from side to side, with the waters getting whiter and choppier around you, we're going to have a few skill checks. So
Oh,
At this
yeah.
point,
Can I
before
move me to
anything,
the
it
last
is not a
phase really quick,
skill
2 seconds?
challenge. It is not a skill
okay,
challenge.
okay.
Could you leave me till the end really quick? 2 seconds. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No worries, dude. No worries.
Really quick.
Okay, so what
I- This is
tell me,
incredible.
tell me, it's okay. So,
Wow. I was gonna suggest that we change Cecile and Peak, and Gecko starts rowing instead. No offense.
I don't know if there's
We
enough
made our
time
bed.
though.
We
There's not
made
enough
our
time.
bed.
there's not enough time. You
Oh,
are in the
no.
positions that you started with, so I'm going to take you in these positions right now.
This
Now,
is better,
I am-
Siggy.
We're so smart.
So what's going to happen? This is not a timed skill challenge. This is like a mini skill challenge. I've got a few skill challenges for you guys to do. I drafted them in a slightly different way from the other one, in that there is increasing difficulty on some of them if you fail them, so it's not like an instant fail sort of thing. However, because of your positions on the ship itself, on the boat itself, I will be telling you guys myself who will be making these challenges. And there is a certain amount you need to make to keep your boat in one piece.
Okay.
Okay.
Just one quick question.
Mhm.
Without knowing, obviously, the actual challenge in
Mhm.
it, would there be time for Peak to quickly cast a spell as we realize we need to, let's say, move or something?
I will say yes, sure, as long as it's a spell slot spell. Then if I'll tell you guys, if you fail one of the skill checks that counts as an instant fail rather than ones that are like scaling difficulty, I'll let you guys know, obviously, listen, you
Okay.
failed that one, or rather I'll make it narratively obvious that you failed that one.
Okay.
Okay.
And if you want to try and counter it with a spell slot, if it makes sense, yeah, you can definitely go for that.
For
okay?
reference, it's enhanced ability. I can touch, Cecile or someone else, and they might be able to get an advantage or
Okay.
something.
All right.
Who
Okay.
knows? I don't know.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
So the first challenge is fighting against the current. The
Okay.
current is currently. I'm sorry. The current is currently, no pun intended, trying to sweep you against the sides of the entrance as you're trying to navigate into it. So you haven't completely yet managed to get inside yet, and you're in danger of being swept off and crashing up against the sides. Against the outer edges, the outer corners of this little entryway. You can see that the waters are slightly calmer on the inside, so your first objective is getting in there as soon as possible. However, you are fighting against the current, which means I need the rowers to all make strength checks or athletics checks, whichever you prefer.
Oh, one or the other. Okay.
Yes. Normally, it would be athletics, but in some niche situations, some people might prefer strength. So it's up to you.
Sorry, you said strength or
Athletics.
Sorry, athletics.
Athletics.
Okay, got it.
So I got a 16.
Okay.
And how are we taking our collective roles between me and
Between you and between Cecil and Peak, I'll take your higher one.
Okay, it's 7.
Okay.
Oh no.
Peak.
5.
Okay. So I can tell you guys that you have failed this one. So
You
you
don't
can
say.
attempt to counter this with a spell slot if you have a spell slot.
I mean, the best I
spell
can
that makes sense.
the best I can do is I can cast enhance ability to give Cecile bull strength, so he'll get an advantage on a strength check, or
Okay.
or
yeah.
or we hold on to it so I can use it something like to give him cat's grace, which would be a dexterity. I don't know what's coming up. I don't know if I should use it now or not.
Has the boat is the boat still alive? Are we sinking?
We haven't actually yet seen the consequence of what
Okay.
happens yet. I'm still waiting to see a final verdict on what you'd like to do. So basically, Arcelia, right now, you are doing your best, putting your back straight into it. You are totally fine, keeping up your side of it. However, Peak, you notice that on your end, you and Cecil are slightly losing control. Do you want to use that spell slot to keep you guys in the game, or are you saving that for another time?
No, I'm gonna use it. So I'm gonna lay my hand on Cecil, and as he's rowing, I've got one hand on, still on the oar. But I tell
Time to look alive.
and kind of I cast enhance ability, and you can feel like the strength resonating in you. It's a touch spell, just to confirm that.
Okay.
Your
So-
cat-like limbs suddenly bulge with bull-like muscles, Cecil.
Nice.
Your paws grip the oar, and you just whoom, whoom, whoom. Peak, because you're on the end, you just sort of like... However, I'd like you to still roll that, please, again, Cecil, and see what you get, because this is just giving you advantage, so let's see if it's going to be enough.
Okay.
So I roll with advantage, or I just roll one other and take.
Roll one other, and let's see what you get.
Okay. Athletics or strength?
Yes.
Okay. Woo! 18.
Ooh.
All right.
Nice.
Also,
So-
just for reference, this lasts for an hour.
Yes.
Yeah, unless I break concentration. But yeah.
Don't break concentration.
Oh.
Don't break concentration.
We'll deal with
Okay.
the boat.
Well done. All right. So you managed to pass the first one. You guys collectively. Oh, wait. Where is? I'm sorry. I can't find my document. Where's my document? Oh, there it is. All right. Okay. I thought it was just a Google tab for some reason. Right, so awesome. Together, you guys collectively managed to settle your bulges. Your muscles are your muscles are
Wow.
bulging, straining against the oar. Peak, you have a look of satisfaction on your face as you once again help the group in your own subtle little way. Subtle but significant way. And Arcelia, you put your back straight into it. Together, all of you manage to direct the boat, and with a whoosh, it goes past the main entrance and into this passageway. From here now, you can see at the very, very end of this quite long passageway is a sandy shore. However, we're not just done just yet. Falx, give me a perception check, please.
All right.
The suspense.
Right. Unnatural 20.
Yes.
Really? Wow. All right. Okay. So this was one of those that would escalate in difficulty. However, there's no need for that whatsoever. Falx, as you peer forward over the prow of the ship, you immediately notice the next danger, hidden rocks just below the surface of the water. You call out quickly to the rowers, and they navigate swiftly by them, just avoiding the rocks. The good news is that the next set of rocks are in plain bloody sight. The bad news is that the breaking waves make them harder to avoid. I need the rowers to go ahead and make strength checks again, please.
Oh no.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
so I can do that once again with advantage because of.
Yeah, you still have that. You still
Yes.
22. Natural 20 plus 2.
Again,
Nice.
dude, the 20s today are insane.
Don't say
They
that and
are.
touch some wood.
11. I got an 11.
Hold on.
That's an interesting roll.
Yes.
What
Shall
did
we
you
take
roll,
it as a-
Tesla?
I'm not particularly sure. I tried to do the thing with the automatic thingy, and okay, it's a 20. Take 20. One was 10, one was 20.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Another?
20. All right. Okay.
So
Wow.
20 and 22.
All right. So the not so obvious rocks, the much more obvious rocks are very easily navigated past again by you guys. You're straining against yours, but not a problem whatsoever. You're like a well-oiled crew. Finally, last thing. Gecko, could you go ahead and give me a perception check, please?
Oh boy.
Oh god. When the DM says that.
Perception. 12.
Oh dear. So
Oh dear.
the difficulty
saying,
of
"Oh
this
dear."
increases slightly. Falx, go ahead and give me a perception check as the other lookout, please.
Uh, uh, 24.
Wow. All right.
Ooh.
Okay. Falx, it is yourself that first notices the tiny pebble tink that bounces off your shoulder. As you glance upwards, you see a massive boulder crashing down towards the ship. You very quickly call out, and the rowers manage to move the boat off to the side just in time. The boulder crashes into the side of the wall right next to you, the water exploding outwards, your rowing boat rocking violently from side to side, but untouched. And you manage to get towards. You come out, sort of, out of this passageway, out into a bay in the middle of the island. Well, to the side of the island, actually. In fact, I can very quickly show you guys. I'll just show you guys a part of this sort of thing. I'm not sure if that's going to show up. So you guys have managed to get past the rocks, and you're in this little bay area over
Okay.
here.
Okay.
But the island is like this.
Oval shape, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the island extends till about over here, basically. But you guys are in this part of the island, which is the eastern part of the island. Is this just like little cove, this little bay that you managed to get through? Now, as you look around, you see a sandy shore all around you. The sand stretches outwards, maybe about 40 feet from the tip, the edge of the water, out towards a jungle. The jungle is completely green. Tropical undergrowth can be seen everywhere. And one thing you notice almost at once is how the jungle floor and the trees slope almost violently upwards towards the rest of the island. You can see far out on the other side of the island, which continues to grow steadily upwards. At the very other side of the island appears to be a large green mountain, completely covered in tropical vegetation. All around you, you can hear seabirds calling out. And as you scan the shoreline, you see a few obvious rock formations. However, what immediately catches your eye, both drifting in the water itself and even scattered along the shoreline, is flotsam and debris and even larger parts of ships that have been shipwrecked in the cove of the Redcaps. You even see broken off stern houses, masts, sails lying upon the shore that have unfurled and are slowly wafting in the eastern breeze that is still coming in from the eastern passage. There seem to be a lot of ships here, a lot of shipwrecked ships. You count at least, you'd say from your experience on the sea, at least 3 ships have been shipwrecked in here.
Wow, maybe one of these ships shipwrecked here held the item we seek.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think now is a good idea to put in the ear sound stoppers.
Your sound stoppers.
There's
Yes.
actually no.
I cannot think of the word.
There's no
No,
need for
it's-
that. Actually, I can cast a spell that will make sure no sound at all will enter the area I cast it in. We don't even need to put anything in our ears. 100 times more effective, don't you?
Okay.
Okay, but will we hear each other?
No.
And how long will it
No.
last?
How long will it last, you say?
Yeah.
Well,
Forever.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Oh,
Hmm. Maybe we should keep it for when we
Need
know
it.
we're about to go into dangerous territory.
have it prepared. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it lasted longer. Sorry.
It's
Well,
okay.
10 minutes is better than nothing.
Exactly.
Just keep it till we're sure we need it.
Yeah. Okay. So, shall we rummage through the wreckage, or shall we start heading into the not the office,
The jungle.
that? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
an office is kind of like a jungle.
Used to be my jungle back home, my office.
Okay.
Is there
Uh,
anything that. So the name of the ship was the Red Cutter, wasn't it? Is there anything that. I don't know, would give us an indication which one is the Red Cutter? Maybe it has a
You'd
hue of
probably-
red.
You probably need to investigate the ships a
Okay.
little bit to do
Okay.
that, but
Okay.
Maybe it's a good idea if we head in, because I think, from what we've learned about harpies, they like shiny objects, right? From what we know about the object in question, it should be about maybe fitting that description. So maybe they might have seen it and taken it.
Shall we see if there is anything that is particular to the Red Cutter in the wreckage? So, let's investigate. Basically, I think that would
Good
be a good
idea.
idea. So
It
we can
would
have
be
an
anyway.
indication.
It's a good idea,
Yeah.
but let's not waste too much time
Yeah.
doing so.
All right.
I mean, we have 3 days.
We have 2 days.
2 days.
On the 3rd, they leave.
2 days. Whew. Okay.
just to clarify for the sake of out of character context, you have today and tomorrow, and they will leave at first light on the 3rd day.
So we have 2
Okay.
days.
So 2 full days.
Yeah. 2 full days.
I'm sorry
day
if
and a half.
I don't know if my survival brain is kicking in. I know we want to investigate and all that, but do we need to think about shelter or anything like that? You know what I mean? Like if we think we're going to be here more than a few hours.
Did we pack shelter?
I have on me.
You have
I
a shelter?
You have a
bedroll.
shelter? You carry a shelter with you?
But like
An
any-
entire log cabin.
Yes.
I'm sure we can find an appropriate cave on the island.
I was gonna say we can use the sails.
I was gonna say like we look through the shipwreck, and we
Yeah.
can stay in the wrecked ship.
I approve.
Well, unless we're like up on top of the island, because then I'm not gonna go down to go back up the next day. That's wasting time.
We shouldn't linger too long on a wrecked ship.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
disrespectful.
Well, I don't think we should linger out in the open anyway. Harpies can fly, they'd spot us when they're flying up above us. So let's quickly investigate and then find some shelter. I'd like to make an investigation check, please.
Okay, so as you bring the as you row the boat close to the shore, and the prow beaches grinding into the sandy shore itself, and you hop off the boat. First thing you notice actually is that the water in this cove is actually surprisingly warm. Like it's almost room temperature warm. We're outside. The water, as you yourself, Cecil, noticed earlier, was quite cold. Obviously, out in deep
Yes.
waters. In here, yeah, surprisingly nice and warm. Probably this cove is. No, no one did do that, Ziggy. Maybe they did though. Oh God. Not even going to tell the Twitchies what you guys are talking about. Anyway, within this red
The
cove, like
Twitchies.
I'm calling them the Twitchies. It's a thing now. Like, why has no one thought about this before? You watch Twitch, you're a Twitchy. So perhaps because the red sun is shining down on the cove itself, it's sort of heated up the water a little bit, and it's pleasant to the feet. And as you step onto the shoreline, however, you notice that it's actually quite warm even on the shore itself. Like, apart from the rays of sun coming down on you, it's almost like the jungle itself, even though it's more than 30 feet away, you can almost begin to feel the tropical heat coming from the jungle. As you scan around, are you going off in pairs? Are you staying together as a group? Are you all investigating together, or is someone doing something else? Tell me things.
If you guys are worried about the harpy seeing us, I could call upon Thale to create an obscuring mist around us, but it's not too large, only 20 feet. So we'd have to stay close. But I can put it above our heads. It would seem like a cloud from above.
I think if we just be careful and stay quiet, we should split up in two. We'll waste less time. We'll find more things, and then we can just head off together.
No. We don't split.
No,
I'm a small little guy. If a harpy sees me, I'm gone. Like, bye-bye. Never seeing me again.
We'll find you. It's okay.
Cecil!
Okay.
Okay.
I understand, but
I'm gonna stick with a big tall person, okay?
Not a problem. If we split in two, one tiny person with a big one.
Just to give you guys an idea, this sandy shore is about 100 feet, or let's say 200 feet across. Actually, yeah, it's about 200 feet across-ish, and it is littered, absolutely littered with small debris and flotsam. There are broken barrels, there are planks, there's rope everywhere, there's torn sails, and there's even, like I said, much larger parts of the ship, broken prows, broken sterns, large masts that are half sunk into the sand. So there is a decent amount of cover, but at the same time, you can't see everything along the shoreline itself. So you are probably just as much obscured as anything else.
Is any of the debris large in nature, like something you can actually go in?
Yes.
So
yeah. Like there are two broken off stern houses, like the entire back part of a ship, one strewn on either side of the island, and also a large prow that is off to of the shore, and also a large prow that is off to the left-hand side as well. There are some large objects.
Should we start there? Should we start at these large objects?
Probably a good idea.
And then we can take that decision
Yep.
depending
Yep.
depending on the weather or anything, if we stick in there or anything. No, I don't know.
I'd say yes.
Yeah.
Also, Peak is loving these random broken objects on the sand. As we're walking, I starts to pick stuff up, put them in the backpack in his cloak. He looks like a kid in a candy store. It's like,
Sure.
Yeah.
Peak. Let's start with you. Give me an investigation check.
okay. Am I mean, I'm guessing I'm keeping my eyes peeled for a trinket.
Yeah.
Because that's what we set out for.
Let's see what you roll. Let's see what you roll, and we'll go from there.
Before another 20.
Oh. A 19.
Close enough.
Okay. So as you guys are moving along the left-hand side of the shore, your feet leaving footsteps in the sand. Peak, your eyes are aglow. You cast around, looking at all the different objects, almost overwhelmed like a child in a candy shop at the amount of things that are strewn around the beach. You stop every few moments, picking up a torn piece of parchment, stuffing it into your cloak. A broken bottle, this'll come in handy. Putting it away as well. The bottom part of a chalice, just like the base of a chalice that has been bent off. This is so shiny. I could buff this up. Putting that away as well. Ouch! Your toe stubs against something that seems to be buried in the sand. You pause for a moment and look down. You use your foot to sort of move the sand away a little bit, and you can see a oblong object poking out of the sand like a very small wooden pyramid.
What color is it?
A very, very dark brown. Well, it used to be probably a very dark brown. You can see that it's wooden for sure.
Okay.
However, exposure to the sun has left the top part of it. It's begun to pale because of the sun. However, as you push away a bit more sand, you can see that it becomes darker beneath the sand.
I grabbed the broken bottle I just picked up a few moments ago, and I use it like a spade, a makeshift spade, and I start to put away, move sand around it to see if I can make what it is exactly, what shape it is.
Okay. Are you waiting for? You glance upwards. You can see the others moving on ahead a little bit.
That's all right. This is more of interest. This is
Sure.
interesting. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, they're still within your sight. You shovel away with the sand a little bit, and you manage to uncover what appears to be the top half of a small wooden footlocker that's embedded in the sand.
Okay, I kind of, I'm not yell to the point that it echoes into the forest, but I give off like a bit of a guys,
Your small volume is actually lost in the screams of the gulls and the albatrosses above you.
I throw
Being
the
quiet
broken.
is not much of a problem.
Can I throw the broken bottle I found? Just chuck it at them just to grab their attention.
Sure. Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. You whack Cecil in the back of the head with it.
How did I know it was going to be me?
Sod's law. You whack Cecil in the back of the head.
Oh,
You
what
turn
was
around.
that? I turned around.
Over here.
Okay.
The Peak has managed to make quite an indentation within the sand, and there's this wooden box that appears to be partly poking out of the sand.
Okay. Has the other guys noticed or not?
Depends. Well, yeah, they're alongside you. You guys were walking along together, so yes, they do
Okay,
see you stop
so-
and turn around.
Good. So I'll tell them Peak has found something, and I run off to Peak.
Okay.
I'd like to peek at what Peak found.
Okay. Gecko, Arcelia, Falx, you following? You're going keep on going to investigate. What you guys up to?
Well, I mean,
We'll
after,
follow him. Yeah.
yeah, after seeing
Follow.
a cat jump up, 10 feet in the air, something is intriguing. You gotta
Yeah.
follow that.
You
They-
gotta see what's going on.
They pick on you, Cecil. They pick on you.
Is this footlocker still wedged in the sand, or do I need to dig more to get it out?
You're either going to have to dig more, or if you want to try and pull it out, that'll probably be a strength check to try and pull it out as it is at the moment.
Oh, not on my own.
Oh, I want to pull that out with my strength buff. Yes.
Okay, so if Cecil's helping you, Pete, go ahead and roll with advantage.
Okay. Strength check, yeah?
Yeah. So, like, you wrap your little gnome hands around the thing and start to heave, and you see Cecil's paws wrapping around you and pulling you at the same time.
A 12 is the highest.
12 is the highest. Yeah, 12 will do it. All right. And with
I can imagine like him lifting even like peak with the thing. It's just dangling there.
So, with a shloop, this footlocker, this aged footlocker, slopes out of the sand, and Peak and Cecil, you both sort of tumble backwards as the footlocker collapses on both of you. You push it off to the side and stand up next to it. You can see that this box, which is, like I said, a footlocker, a small chest, basically. It does not, however, have a domed top like most chests might have. Instead, it is flat, which would mean to you guys that this was probably the personal property of a sailor. It doesn't seem to be particularly well adorned or anything like that. There's nothing too fancy about it. There's just a very simple iron gilding that goes around the edges of it. And it does appear to have a lock. And as you try to push it open a little bit, it does appear to be locked.
Okay, perfect. I take out my thieves' tools and attempt to lockpick.
Give me... So, you're going to roll a d20. Are you proficient in Thieves' Tools?
I am, yes.
So add your dexterity and your proficiency bonus, please.
Okay, dokie. Mela.
Can I backseat drive and give him advantage?
Are you proficient in Thieves' Tools?
Yes.
Then yes, you may. You sort of sit down next to him with a paternal look on your face and sort of give him instructions.
Yeah, just like maybe a little more to the left. No, up. No. And I I just help him from the back of the tool, like up. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Flick.
Flick.
15.
Roll with advantage. So
okay. So I will do that again then.
15 will do it, but for funsies.
For funsies. Why not?
You guys are
Right.
all using D&D Beyond to do that, by the way, right? Where you're sending the
Yes.
It's really. Is it easier for you guys like that?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
It's a lot easier.
It loses the charm of the actual roll, though.
Oh no, I know. It would be nicer to actually roll a dice. I
If
completely.
you guys want after this, I can show you how we can make 3D dice so they're all synced. So at least we see dice on the screen if you guys want.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Roll20 used to have that, didn't it? At some point.
Yeah, you need to switch on some settings. Yeah, it's
Oh,
not gonna
so is
beat
it from
real-
my end that I
No,
should
no,
be
no,
switching
no.
them on?
It's us as a group. We just need to
Okay.
set
Oh,
up some
okay.
settings. Yeah. It's not gonna be better than real dice, but at least it's one step closer.
Still nice.
It's something.
Especially with our lovely new splash screen. Anyway, so a little bit of tick tick, a little bit of tinkering away on this footlocker, and Cecil, you hear a click.
Yeah. Nice. And that is how we open it. And I'd like to open the footlocker.
Okay. You reach out with your claws, wedging them into the bottom layer of the lid itself. Currently, Peak is having a heart attack because Myron thinks that this is a mimic. I can see his face. It's not. The lid flips open. Inside is a very bare interior. It's simply wooden boarding on the inside of it. However, what catches your eye more than anything else is the beautifully crafted cutlass that sits at the bottom of this footlocker.
Ooh.
A long curved blade that ends in an embellished hilt. The blade itself appears to be practically paper thin. And Cecil, as you reach inside and pick it up from the handle, and as the blade comes out of the shadows of the box and catches the rays of the light, it reflects such a brilliant beam off of it. You're practically enamored by the metal that was used to create this blade. It is so reflective you can see your own cat face reflected back at you on the metal itself.
Wide eyes. Wow.
As you pick it up, Cecil, and sort of swish it around, giving it a couple of practice swings, you can't believe how well balanced this blade is. It is not really you that notices this at first in your excitement. It is the others, actually. You guys all notice how peculiar it is that this cutlass appears to be so small that only a creature the size of Cecil could wield it.
I think I'd rather have a mimic.
No.
This sounds wrong on so many levels.
Exactly.
Why? It's so cool. Look at this, my own little cutlass.
Cecil,
Oh my God.
you notice the guard, which is sort of a wide guard that sort of like reaches around to about here on either side. It's just like this metal plate. However, the plate itself actually has etchings within it. And as you pause to take a closer look at them, you notice that carved into the middle of the guard itself is what appears to be a sigil. It is a circle, and inside the circle is a triangle with 3 circles above it. And then around the inside of the circle itself are 9 more small circles.
Wow.
You don't have, by any chance, a drawing of this?
I do not have a drawing, but I can very quickly draw it for you. I
Does
normally tend to rely more on description, but yes, you're right. In this case, sometimes I forget to what extent narrative.
No, the description was really
can
good. It's more the
reach.
case of, I guess, to visualize it more. Does anyone of us actually know what this is?
Doesn't seem familiar to me.
Okay.
At least I don't think so. He says as he rolls a knowledge religion check. Can I do that?
It looks like that.
That looks like a paw.
That looks like a paw. Yes.
Meant to be.
This is the sword of my people. Cecil says while holding it up above his leg, his
I
head.
might point out what else is around the paw.
Is it like a clock? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, yes, of course. Does this hold on, wait
Give
a
me
minute.
an intellect, a history check, Cecil.
History check. Yes, okay. Sure thing, DM.
I need
Sure
to
thing,
disappear for a
DM.
second.
As-
Get the charger.
What? Sorry,
I
It's
think
a
he-
14.
Falk said something. I'm
Yeah,
not sure what he
I
said.
think he just needs to
Eh.
grab a charger.
Yeah, I'm too excited. I'm sorry.
14. Yeah. All right.
Yes.
Okay. 14 will do it. Cecil. You remember something. For a moment, you have a brief flashback. Way back, you remember being back in the dusty, dusty cave with the elders sitting cross-legged on the stone. The elder Thomas, who used to teach you guys the history of your people, without going into too much detail, but who used to teach you the history of your people, reading out in his boring, droning voice from
Yeah.
that old ledger.
That's Elder Thomas for you.
And you remember the candlelight sort of flickering all around you as your classmates were half asleep. And as he sort of adjusted the ledger on the hardback leather on the front of the cover of the book itself, this same sigil that had been emblazoned onto the front of the book itself.
Uh huh.
And a chill runs down your spine as you
Okay.
remember the name of that, the topic of that lesson, which was the curse of the 9 lives short-lived.
Oh,
What was that again? The curse?
the curse of the 9 lives short-lived.
As you come out of your flashback, you feel the hot sun against your back, and as you look down once more at the guard and at the emblem on the guard that currently only you can see as you sort of peer over it, being close to the ground. The others haven't noticed and simply assume you to be just enjoying your new toy.
Uh-huh.
Even in the heat of the sun, that same chill runs down your back as you gaze at the symbol. You hear from behind you, all of you, and you turn around as from behind the wreckage of the prow along the shoreline, you see a shadow falling across the surface of the beach.
Oh no.
You see a form moving around the side of the wreckage. Firstly, a large claw in 2 parts, a bluish hue with a white undertone underneath, easily the size of a torso of a humanoid-sized figure. Then a hardened carapace, blue on top and white at the bottom, with large mandibles that sort of open and close, 2 bulbous black beady eyes on top of its head, and 3 scuttling legs on either side as it moves sideways out of the wreckage. A crab the size of a large horse, blue on top, a sickly blue and a creamy white at the bottom. On top of its head, you can, on top of its shell, you can see several pieces of wreckage that it has sort of placed and jammed on top of its head so that it appears larger than it normally would. You can see bits of mass sticking out from the sides. You can see even small chests that have been placed precariously on top of the pile. As its mandibles click together, it snaps its large claws at you and starts to move sideways along the shoreline towards you. with an encroaching menace as you all roll initiative.
Woo!
Oh boy.
Oh
Time
boy.
to almost die again.
Grab for dinner, guys. Natural one.
Wait, where are my dice? Let me just get my dice. Give me a sec.
Get your dice.
I need to go for a moment. I'll be back very shortly. Okay.
Actually, we haven't had the break in a while, so let's say 5-minute break. Let me have a smoke as well, and
Thank you.
then we get back to it. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay,
So
dokie.
roll initiative. Just roll initiative, and then we'll come back. in
Just a
5 minutes.
1d20, right?
Plus your
1d20
initiative.
plus your initiative. It's on your sheet as well, buddy. Wait, I'll tell you what your initiative is in a moment. I've got it over here.
It's 3.
Yeah, it's 3. So 1d20 plus 3, please, buddy. Okay, back in 5.
Oh boy. Alright, BRB, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Are we no longer live? Or are we still live?
No one has moved it to the non-live screen, so
We're doing it live.
it's a live ad break.
Live break.
Live break. This is so exciting.
It's fun. I'm enjoying it.
Oh yeah.
You're cursed, buddy.
I am cursed, yes.
Cursed 9 lives.
Yep, 9 lives. Oh, well, we'll find out.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You think
fun.
this- Yeah?
What?
Sorry, you were saying?
Oh, I was just gonna say that. Well, I can't say it because we're still live and we've got viewers watching, right? So I might give it away.
Who knows? Who knows?
But yeah, I wrote up a whole detailed bit of lore to the curse for the backstory,
Mm-hmm.
and seeing how it's unfolding right now is just so exciting, so
Nice.
fun.
It's awesome that Z managed to interweave the backstories into the entire overarching thing so well. I think it's going quite.
I know, eh? Yes, definitely.
Awesome. Out of curiosity, because I don't have the stream on, how many people are watching?
We were just at 12 people, but I think 2 people have left because it's gone down to 10 now.
Hey, it goes back.
Don't forget the liquid. Skid marks liquid.
I think you're muted, man. Yeah.
There isn't a stat for a cutlass in D&D weapons, is there?
I don't know. I mean, it should be, right?
I don't know. I'm trying to find, but nothing. I can't find anything related to a cutlass. It might
Magic.
just be under a finesse weapon. Shino, what?
You know what I was imagining so far?
Ah,
You've
We're
watched
still live,
Journey
by the
Quest.
way.
we are still live, yeah, by the way.
Yes,
Journey
yes,
Quest?
Yes, I know. You watched the Journey Quest, right?
Yeah, man. Journey Quest is awesome.
I'm not sure.
You haven't.
Wait
Journey
a sec.
Quest, it's a D&D like series on YouTube. It's really old. Well, Gav, you've watched it.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this.
Imagine the cutlass does the same thing that the sword does.
Oh no.
Yeah. Ben, I'd say watch it. To be honest,
Okay.
it's very very good.
What's the show?
I will.
Journey Quest.
Oh, I used to watch some of that. That used to be good.
Yes.
That used to be good.
Onwards.
Onward! Oh man. The character was great. I have to admit, Journey Quest inspired a couple of D&D characters for me.
Oh yeah, for sure. Your current
So, has everyone rolled initiative, please?
Yes.
Yes.
You. Just one moment. So, 21 plus.
Nope.
Oh, is Gavin here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
21 plus, no 21 plus. 16 to 20. Arcelia, how much?
18.
18. Arcelia, you go first. Right after you is the treasure hermit crab.
Treasure you.
That's what I called it. It's a custom creature, by the way. I like making custom creatures.
We
So-
found out last time.
Yeah, we did.
I just took a bullet, which is a standard creature from the monster manual, but I added a few features to it. Anyone else? 16 to 20?
Mm-mm.
No. 11 to 15?
Yep.
What are your initiatives, please?
11 for me.
And 14 for me.
Okay, so Cecil and then Peak. 6 to 10.
10
Gecko.
for me.
Gecko 10. Falx, you're last then. Okay,
Yes, I
I just need your AC and then HP, please. So, Arcelia?
My AC is 14 and my HP is 27.
7. All right. Cecil?
My HP is 27 and my AC is 13.
Okay, Peak.
AC 14, HP 19.
Q, Gecko?
AC 16
Mm-hmm.
and HP 27.
Okay, Falx?
AC 18
Mm-hmm.
and HP 31.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And Falx, you're wearing a shield at the moment, right?
Yes, I am.
All right. And that is with equipped, as far as I know, yeah?
Yes.
All right. Okay. So, this monstrous, this large glowing, sorry, not glowing blue, this large blue with the white creamy undertone crab carrying all sorts of various things upon its head is scuttling very quickly towards you guys. Arcelia, you had a question before we continue.
Do we have to attack it since we've rolled initiative?
No, you do not
Okay.
at all. We simply enter initiative when things are happening so quickly that I need to know who does what first.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Because yourself, Gecko, and Falx were the last three to get here, you are the closest to the broken prow. Therefore, the three of you are also the closest to the crab. Cecil and Peak are behind you guys. So it is. If you would consider it a threat, then it is definitely more of a threat to you at the moment than it is to Cecil and Peak.
Okay.
Arcelia, what would you like to do?
Make a lot of noise. Jump up and down, a bunch of activity trying to scare it away. Just
Give me an intimidation check.
We'll see how that goes.
Everybody's just
Oh dear.
8.
You jump up and down and start screaming, trying to make yourself bigger. However, unfortunately, the screaming sound of the gulls above you practically cover the sound that you yourself are trying to make. And I assume from the crab's point of view, it looks more like you're trying to do some jumping jacks on the sand. It scuttles even quicker towards you. You still have your movement.
I'm a back away. I'm gonna just take a step back, like if I can pass Cecile and Pete and just go behind them, like put myself in the locker. That's a good idea.
All right. Okay, sure. So, well, the locker is about like this big.
I was joking.
You won't try a contortionist movement. All right, okay. So the crab is going to go next. It keeps on scuttling until it's right up in front of yourselves, Falx and Gecko. The first claw comes round. All right. Second claw. All right, okay. So first claw comes round. Falx, you see it coming. Your shield knocks it out of the way. However, the second claw comes around from the other side quicker than you expect, Gecko, and nips you in the side, doing 7 damage.
Me or Gecko gets the damage.
Gecko.
Oh.
Go ahead and give me a strength saving throw, Gecko.
$13.
13. It now has you in its claws, and it's sort of picked you up slightly. You are now grappled, which means that you can't move, but you can still attack and do everything else. The only thing is your speed is now 0, so it's sort of like just holding you slightly in the air. Cecil, what would you like to do?
I would like to attack the crab with my newfound atlas.
Okay.
I am going to focus entirely on the energy that I feel within this this sword. Try to feel any power imbued within it, and attack the crab with the sword.
Okay, go ahead and make an attack with it. So you're just rolling like you would normally roll your short sword. Add the normal attack bonus, add the normal damage bonus.
Yes.
And you are a swashbuckler, right? So you have
Yes.
sneak attack on it because there is an ally within 5 feet. Oh yeah, rogue gets that normally anyway because there's ally within.
14.
14. 14 does hit. It's a very large creature. Very easy.
Okay. Total damage 13.
13 damage. All right. Okay. That is with sneak attack.
Yes, with sneak attack.
Oh, you can actually do that. That's so cool. I like this. That's cool. All right. Okay. 13 damage. Okay, so you dash forward, passing underneath the legs of Falx and coming up quickly for a sneak attack into the hardened underbelly of the creature. Not as hard as it thought. The shell cracks slightly as your sword enters from the bottom of it. As you pull the sword out with a some white oozy liquid begins to leak out of the bottom of the crab. It seems hurt a little bit, but not that much. You still have your
Okay.
bonus action if you'd like to make a second attack if you have a second weapon out.
I do have a second weapon out. It is a dagger.
Go for it. You don't add your sneak attack bonus to this one, though.
I rolled a natural 1 plus 5, 6.
Unfortunately, that does not hit. In your eagerness to bring up your second blade, your aim is pretty much off course completely, and it just glances against the underbelly of the crab.
That's okay.
Peak, what are you doing?
I think I'll try and charge up to where the claw has grabbed the gecko and use my javelin to reach and like try and stab that claw.
Please don't hit me.
No, not the claw. The claw. All right. The claw.
Okay, go for it.
Oh god.
Oh,
Oh
it's
god.
gonna go
Don't
so
miss.
wrong.
Don't miss. Please don't miss.
I'd only take that on a natural 1. That'd be a fumble.
Oh, a 10.
A 10. Unfortunately, the claw does strike. However, the strength isn't enough behind it to move the claw or damage it in any way or manner. Just sort of ting against it.
Okay.
Still, you have your bonus action. I'm not sure if you can do anything with that.
Not much. I can make a minor illusion to try and distract the crab.
that'd normally be something that'd work out of combat. In combat,
Yeah.
you know that
Exactly. It's too. Yeah.
in the heat of combat, you know that this sort of trick wouldn't normally work against
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. So no, I think I'm gonna. To be honest with you, I think I'll stay put. I'll stay put now.
All
where I
right,
am.
okay. Gecko, what would you like to do, buddy? The crab
what can I
has
do?
you. Its claw is around you at the moment. However, your hands are still free. You can still attack it, or
Alright,
you
so
can
do I-
attempt to use your action to break free of it instead.
Do I have my quarterstaff?
Yeah, shing, sure. You
Can
got your
I
quad staff in your hand.
Try poke it in the eye.
Yeah, go for it.
What do I roll for?
It should be on your D&D
1d20.
Beyond sheet. I think you just click the quarter staff.
Yeah,
or
but like,
something.
well, what do I roll? Just
Oh.
D20.
Just where you've got the
I
quarter
don't know
staff.
how that thing works. So you'll
Oh,
have
the
to,
quarterstaff. Okay.
Yeah, it's got a hit / DC. You press that and it should roll automatically for you.
Find it. All right. 16.
Nice.
Oh yeah, all right, that hits. Click to roll the damage.
Total two-handed 11.
11. All right, okay. You bring up the quarterstaff and right into the eye of the creature. You see the black eye wincing backwards and the eyelid shutting over as you bruise the eye, and now it can't see partially through one eye. It sort of peeps through it and then keeps it closed, not wanting to extend the eye any further. All right. You still have your bonus action. And you can make an unarmed attack with your bonus action, by the way, or you can use a key point to make 2 unarmed attacks.
Can I use an unarmed strike? I'll do.
Yeah,
two
you can
unarmed
just
strikes.
do one, or if you use a key point, you can do 2 of them instead.
Yeah, I'll do two with using a key point.
Go for it. All right. Okay. Make the first roll. Okay. That does not hit. I'm afraid. You sort of kick upwards with your leg. However, it doesn't do anything to the carapace. You draw your leg back for a second kick. Roll again. Oh, unfortunately, the second kick, even though your hardened, knobbly undersole of your feet are well used to delivering punishing blows, the hardened carapace of the crab does not give. However, you did manage to hurt it quite a bit already, don't worry. Falx, you're up next. What are you doing?
Okay, so I square myself off and put my shield in. I bring my warhammer up and point it towards the creature. I say under my breath, Lord of the Sea, show us. I say this, water from the sea starts to swirl around my legs and up around my body and around my arm, and it just shoots forward, glowing bright blue as it does so, and I cast guiding bolt.
Okay. Okay, the D&D version of Blastoise's hydro pump. Go for it.
Yes.
Why not? So I have to roll a ranged spell attack.
Go for it.
Roll. Hopefully. Wait. It's not good.
I don't see your
12.
roll yet. I don't know why it hasn't come up in the chat.
Well, I tried to access your Roll20 link. It didn't work. Just rolling them on my D&D Beyond profile.
Ah, okay, all right. 12. Unfortunately, that does not hit. No. Unless you have something to give you advantage or something like that on that.
I don't believe I do, no.
All right, okay. The water surges around you and you let it fire out of your hand. It does strike the crab, pushing it a few inches backwards, but nothing else, as its claw comes up to shield it from the rest of the blow. As it lowers the claw, its alien eye The remaining one just stares at you and gives you a look of livid hate. Top of the round, Arcelia, what you doing?
I get my crossbow ready, lock and load it, aim, and shoot right at its head if I can.
Go for it.
No, I think there's chance. Could you very kindly explain what exactly I need to roll?
Your crossbow.
Your crossbow.
Are you in
Alright.
D&D Beyond?
Yes.
I think
No,
you just have to click it.
I do not have D&D Beyond.
Oh. Then
No.
what it says on your character sheet. So your
roll
crossbow.
plus dex.
All right. Oh,
Your dexterity and your proficiency, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a 1d20 plus 4.
4?
7.
The bolt zing, fires out of the crossbow bolt, colliding with the shell. Unfortunately, your aim is off, and rather than driving into the carapace, it just bounces off the top and flies away across the sandy shore.
As a bonus action, I'd like to have steady aim, which basically means that I give myself advantage in my next attack roll as long as I don't move. So I am staying put away from it, but I'll have advantage the next roll.
I'll give you advantage on this roll. However, declare steady aim for me before you make your attack from now on.
No, okay.
Unless you want it for next turn, but that would mean you can't move at all until next turn, because that's how steady aim works.
Yes, that was it.
All right, okay. Then,
Okay.
then next turn round, you'll have advantage on that.
Thank you.
Okay? Okay. The second claw comes round, swiping at the closest person. Falx. Ooh, that's 26 to hit. So you take 7 damage as the claw comes around and grabs you and begins to squeeze on you. I need you to make a strength saving
I
throw.
shall do so, but the creature also has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Why?
I have an ability called Wrath of the Storm. When a creature within 5 feet that you can see hits you with an attack, I can use my reaction to cause the creature to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, first make the strength check for me. Let's see if you're grappled.
10.
You are grappled, I'm afraid. As it lifts you up, there's a bolt of lightning that fires down from the sky. What's it called? Not Captain America, Shazam style, onto you. And for a moment, a field of force blows outwards towards the creature. And it needs to make a dex saving throw. What does it need to beat?
14.
It got 14. That means it...
Didn't.
It hit or not hit?
No.
It needs to beat 14.
It needs
I
to
don't-
beat
needs to beat
14.
14 as far as I know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So the lightning creates a sort of force that pushes outwards, and it drags both yourself and Gecko with it as it moves 10 feet away from the group. The second claw is going to press down on yourself, Gecko. It is doing so with advantage. That is 17 to hit. That does hit. As it squeezes on you, you take another 7 damage because you're still grappled with it.
I didn't understand. Did it fail or did it beat it?
It failed. It failed.
Then it doesn't move. It just takes 6 damage.
Oh, do you not have that thing yet that it moves backwards?
I think that's a different ability, to be honest.
All right, okay.
It
just takes 1d6 damage.
No, it takes 2d8, but I rolled a 6. Lightning.
all right,
or
okay.
thunder, my choice. Let's do lightning.
Okay, so it takes 6 damage, you said. All right, okay, sorry about that. I thought that was the pushback one. Okay, so brief Shazam bolt, and it takes 6 damage. All right. Okay, that's its turn. It's done both its attacks. Cecil, what are you doing?
Once again, I'm gonna use my newfound cutlass.
Cut the claw off, please.
I'm gonna try to cut the claw off.
As I'm just like
Uh,
swinging from side to side.
does an 11 hit? No.
Fortunately,
Okay.
it does not hit. It is a big creature, but it is still quite well armored, and the short sword just bounces against the hide of it. You still have your bonus action with your dagger if you want.
Yes, I do. Yes, please.
And because you didn't hit with this, you can still apply the sneak attack on the second attack. That does hit. 14
Nice. Yeah,
does hit.
14.
So
Yeah.
go ahead and roll the damage with sneak attack.
17.
Whew. My God, fucking rogues. Jesus Christ. 17. Okay. Okay, so your second dagger, you sort of whip it around, backhanded style, jump upwards, and the dagger slams into one of the mandibles that cover the creature's mouth. The shell cracks inwards, and you hear an audible.
Nice.
The creature is bloodied, guys. It means it is at half-life at the moment. Peak, you are next.
Remind me, is it still it's still grasped gecko, then?
It has both Gecko and
both.
Falx. Yes.
Okay, I can't use one of the spells I had in mind because that
To
would
escape, they need to use their action to try and break the grapple, basically.
Okay.
Or they can continue to attack. It's up to them. Or if one of you guys gets a critical strike, I roll critical strikes as dismemberment, so you can chop something off if you like.
Is gecko lifted quite high? Can I touch his leg?
No, just a couple of feet. Off the ground.
Fantastic. Okay, what I'm gonna do in that case, I'm gonna start off by casting Healing Word. I can't speak. Healing Word. I'm gonna heal the word. As a bonus action, so he can regain some health. If that's okay. So
yeah. Go ahead, roll 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier.
Yes.
Nice.
That's a 7.
Okay, so Gecko, you heal for 7.
Alright, I'm at max HP again.
Awesome. So I touch your toe or something like this.
No, you're at 20. You're at 20 health, Gecko. Because you took 7
at 20 health.
No, you took 7 in the first round, 7 in the second round.
I still took the 7?
It was still holding you and still squeezing.
Oh, okay. I thought because Gav said that it was a different attack. I thought it wasn't. Okay, never mind.
No, basically the way that it works is that once it grapples you, it has advantage as it squeezes on you.
Yeah,
so it's rolling
I just got
twice.
confused because when before I had already taken the damage down, but then you said, "Oh, I thought it was the different attack," so I just put it back. Never mind. I just got confused.
Okay, no, but you're at 20 health. You're at 20 health as a flurry of leaves swirl around you with Warcraft.
and I whisper a word in Druidic or something like that.
Druidic shenanigans.
Exactly. But Gecko is gonna like what I'm gonna do next. I'm gonna cast Enhance ability on him. I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Cecil. I'm gonna give him Bear's Endurance.
Can you do that?
So the first one was a bonus
Is it a
action.
cantrip?
It's not a cantrip, no.
Unfortunately, when you use a spell as a bonus action, your main action can only be a cantrip.
You are right. In that case,
It's the thought that counts.
it was the thought, exactly. It was the
You can
thought.
still use your action to make an attack.
I know, yeah. I'm gonna try and strike it with the javelin again.
Go for it.
Why
Please
not?
don't get a 1. Please
Like
don't
I
get a
said,
1.
if
Please
you
don't get a
roll
1.
if you roll a crit, I count that as limb dismemberment. So
Cool.
that still hits.
16.
That hits. That hits. Roll
All
that
right.
damage. Oh yeah! All right. Shoom! The javelin this time strikes home, the shell cracking slightly as the javelin seeps into the hardened carapace of the crab, and you hear it going through its broken mandibles. Okay, Gecko, what would you like to do? You can use your entire action to try and break free if you prefer, or you can just keep wailing at it. It's completely up to you.
I
Keep
have
wailing at
darts.
it.
Can I throw a dart at the other eye?
Yeah.
All right, I'll definitely try to do that. Oh, sorry, no, not that. I have to roll first. 1d20. Roll 6.
Even with your modifiers, I don't think that hits. So unfortunately, the dart flies off off to the side. Because that is a light weapon, you can still make an attack with another dart as your bonus action, or you can go ahead and make one unarmed strike, or you can use another key point and make two unarmed strikes.
I'll try to do flurry of blows.
Okay, so that'll use up another key point for you.
Yep. 13.
13 to hit. 13 just hits. That's its AC. Go ahead and roll that damage.
4.
4. Okay. Your elbow comes out on the crab and on the claw, and you see a part of the carapace sort of giving way, exposing the soft underflesh of it. And you're using flurry of blows, so go ahead and make a another attack on it.
The same one.
Mm-hmm.
11.
11. 11 does not hit, unfortunately. However, because you did use flurry of blows, you can either make it drop to the floor, or you can make it move 10 feet back. It'll still be holding you, or you can get it to not take a reaction. It's up to you what to do with it.
Drop it to the floor.
Okay, so it needs to make a dex saving throw and beat 13. It does beat 13. Unfortunately, the force of the blow was not enough to make it fall down, but however, you did hurt it. You did damage it. Okay, Falx, what do you want to do?
I want to drop my shield, grab my warhammer in two hands, and say, "There's a reason." I don't actually say this. There's a reason they use a blunt instrument to open crabs, and I just smash it down.
Why do you not actually say that? That's a fantastic line.
Yeah, say it, man. And make sure you kill it.
Yeah, well, okay, I say it, and I bring it down with all my force onto its joint to try to break myself free by basically smashing its arm off.
Okay, go for it.
Oh no! And I got 7.
7?
Yep.
7 does not hit, I'm afraid. As you're flailing around, you're momentarily distracted. Your warhammer doesn't even come down. You sort of have to pull it up short as you're sort of turned around and almost whack a gecko in the face, pulling your warhammer away at the last moment. Because of the way that the crab is moving you around. You still have your bonus action if you can do something with that.
Unfortunately not.
All right. Okay, can I move on?
Yeah.
All right, okay. Start of the third round. Wow, I can tell I've been DMing for a little bit because I can hear my voice going slowly. So, start of the third round.
For almost 5 hours, so.
Oh, yes, my goodness. All right, okay. So, Arcelia, start of the third round. You used your bonus action last turn to take steady aim. You feel the wind on your back and the rays of the sun behind you. Go ahead and make your attack with advantage, and of course with sneak attack. With advantage, don't worry, roll it again.
I 12.
I'm sorry. That does not hit.
With
We
all-
your
advantage.
20s, guys. We missed them all.
I'm
Oh, we
sorry.
wasted them all. All right. I am gonna use this time. Cunning action. And I'm gonna run towards everyone else because at this point I feel like there's a lot of distance between me and the crab and everyone else.
There's about 30 feet, yes, as you've been backing up slowly.
Um,
You don't need to use cunning action to run. You still have 30 feet of movement. Your cunning action can be used to dodge, to disengage, or to hide.
Okay, so I will just run towards them then.
Okay, all right. Are you getting within melee range of the crab?
Yes.
Noted. All right. Okay, as you run up to the crab, it notices you, and it's about to take its turn as one of its, as the unbludgeoned crab-like alien eye swivels around to look at you. You see Falx being brought up with the claw and being brought down upon you. Ooh, wow. All right, okay. You duck out of the way as the claw sweeps over you with a screaming Falx. Rah! Run away. You see the other claw coming round, so Falx goes one way, Gecko goes the other way. You duck under both of them as it misses both of its attacks. And Cecil, you're up next. For the record, it got a natural 1 and a natural 3.
Wow.
Yes, those are the rolls that Pete needs.
Cecil, you're up next. What are you doing, buddy?
Right, so I am going to take a swing with my my cutlass again.
Mm-hmm.
I got a natural 20 plus 5, 25.
Roll that damage.
And I believe
Which
that's a crit,
which
right?
claw are you aiming for? The one holding Falx or the one holding Gecko?
I'm going to go for the one holding Gecko because it's been holding on to Gecko for quite a while now.
Wait, what am I looking at here?
So there's two totals. There's total damage and total crit. So that's a 6 and a 10, so a total of 16.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers.
High five.
Boop.
Okay. You very quickly duck and scurry, cat-like, going just right where the joint meets the rest of the carapace, the rest of the body of the crab. You bring the cutlass up in one fluid motion, and you see for a moment the claw just hanging over there before it detaches from the rest of the body, falling to the ground and opening up, releasing Gecko. Gecko, you are on the ground. You're prone right now, which means you have to use half of your movement to get up, but you are no longer grappled. Gushing white gooey blood shoots out of the severed appendage of the crab, covering you in a pretty warm, sticky liquid. Cecil, you still have your bonus
Wonderful.
action.
Okay, with my bonus action, I'm going to I'm not sure. Part of me wants to like go for the claws and rip it open, but part of me wants to go with the dagger, so I'm not sure.
Rip open which claw?
No, as in use my claws. Feline claws.
All right. Unfortunately, that would be an unarmed attack, which you can't actually do as a rogue, as a bonus action. That'd have to be a main action to do it. So
Okay.
your
So-
choice is already made for you. Because
dagger, yes.
mechanically, the dagger is your only choice.
Fair enough. That's 22.
22 hits. All right. Roll the dagger damage.
With or without the sneak attack damage?
Without. You only do sneak attack once per
Then
turn.
7.
7 damage? No, because that is without your modifier, isn't it? Unless you have what's it called? The feat that allows you to add your bonus, your damage bonus. Because this is your bonus action. Your bonus action does not include your modifier. It's just 1d4. That's it.
Oh, okay.
So you rolled just looking at what it rolled for you, it was a 4 + 3. That's how you got a 7. So you rolled a 4.
I
You
rolled a
rolled
4.
All right.
There you go.
Okay. A second quick stab at the underbelly of the crab. Again, the carapace craps. The carapace cracks. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's a bit late. The carapace cracks inwards, and more white sticky blood gushes along your paw, matting your fur together. Peak, what would you like to do? It's looking pretty severely bloodied right now.
All right, I have to ask a question. I'm going to ask this on behalf of chat on Twitch.
Oh, okay.
Am I covered in this sticky, warm liquid from the crab?
Liquid?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you are. Yes.
I am. I'm guessing.
Anyone who is within melee range.
Oh no.
Okay.
Anyone who is
Everyone.
within
Sten is
melee
probably
range
dying
has
right now behind
some
energy.
sticky white liquid all over them.
So
You're
It
welcome.
would be everyone basically right now that Arcelia has also joined in melee range.
You know what?
Oh great.
I think I would have rather stayed at the back.
So you're all covered in liquidy crabs.
Liquidy crabs.
Or crabby liquid. I don't know which one sounds worse, so I tried both.
Crabby liquid is way worse.
crab juice. So what I'm gonna
Wording is a funny thing, guys.
As long as we don't get crabs, we'll be fine.
Listen, it's after midnight. There's no longer PG-13. It's fine. Don't worry. All the kids are in bed. It's fine.
So okay, I'm guessing, from my last stance where I had, my javelin, I'm gonna just like wipe off this, all the liquid from my eyes, and move my hair across my face.
Your hair just stands in the
Just
position.
stands, beautiful. Honestly, besides going full ham with a really offensive spell, which I don't think is smart to do now, I think I'm just gonna poke it with my javelin again.
Okay, poke it with javelin.
I think because the alternative is going ham on it, but then that's also an AoE, so I'm just gonna poke it. Let's go. And 17.
That hits. Roll the damage.
All right, let's see. 2. Oh, I tickle
How
it.
could it be? What's your
Um,
strength modifier?
that's a good point. It's a 1.
Oh, so you rolled a 1 on...
Yeah, I rolled a 1 and a 1d6. Beautiful.
Yes. All right. Okay. Sure. A quick jab. It does break a part of the shell off. Part of the upper lip of the blue, the blue upper half, sort of cracks off as you make your quick attack. All right. Still have your bonus action if you want to do anything or cast a bonus action spell. Nope.
No.
Okay. Gecko. You're on the ground. You pick yourself up, half your movement, twirl your quarterstaff around you. What would you like to do?
Move back.
Move back.
Yes, please.
It's looking very, very damaged at the moment.
Huh. I move back.
You move back. All right.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
If you
Listen,
move,
I already almost died twice in 2 sessions.
if you move back, because it is within melee range, it does,
no.
by the rules, it is able to take an attack of opportunity on you as you leave
Fine.
its melee range. You can use a key point to disengage, but I'm not sure if you have any left.
I have to.
So you can use a key point to disengage if you'd like.
I'll just hit it with my quarterstaff.
Okay, go for it.
21.
That hits.
21.
Roll that damage.
6.
6 damage. It looks like it's on its last legs as you bring down the quarterstaff onto it. Its legs buckle slightly, and it sort of totters very gently from side to side, slightly concussed by the blow. You still have your bonus action if you want to make an unarmed attack, or 2 unarmed attacks with flurry of blows.
I'll do flurry of blows.
Go for it. Make that first attack.
23.
That hits.
4.
All right. Okay. Roll the second one before I say anything.
Woo. 25.
Roll the damage.
Oh, that's a crit, I think.
Yes, it is. 4 with a crit.
How'd you want to do that?
Interesting. Okay, so like I breathe in, like drop my quarterstaff, run straight at it, jump up onto its back, and just like start punching like through the back and then go through it.
Okay.
Just like it pissed me off at this point.
Your quarterstaff drops to the ground. Your feet pound along the sand. A spray of sand rising up behind you as you charge towards the creature. You leap into the air, your body silhouetting against the sun's rays. And as you land on the creature with your bulk already, it bends even further down on its legs. Your arms rain down upon the creature, and bits of the carapace begin to fly outwards as you pummel this creature. You see the legs beginning to buckle downwards, and you hear the mandibles frantically. You notice the other claw slowly lowering onto the ground. And after a few moments of unbridled rage, you stop as your zen returns once more and you realize the creature is finally slain.
Nice.
Hey.
Nicely done.
I think we're having crab tonight for dinner, boys.
Can I just do one last thing? Just like grab a piece of the meat and just like just
You might want to cook it.
yeah.
You might
That's
want to
fine,
do
though.
that. That's shellfish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you might want to cook it before doing that. It's not an oyster.
Okay, fine. While I'm doing that, like Cecile just like not Cecile,
Arcelia.
Arcelia.
You can
just, like,
call me
put it back.
Arcee or Voodoo.
Like, oh, okay, fine. Just like put it back.
Oh, you almost died. Don't kill yourself this time. Please. Put the crab down. Put it down.
The sun has just reached the peak overhead.
Lost him. Okay, he's back.
Hey, can you hear us, Gav?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about these
No
connection
worries.
problems, guys.
No worries, dude. As long as you're here. The sun has just reached the overhead peak in the sky, indicating high noon at this point. And as Gecko, you hop off the crab, and the 5 of you sort of gather around it, admiring your work. This is where we're going to end this session.
Nice.
All right.
Nice. Very nice.
Well
At
done,
least this time I
folks.
didn't. This time decided I didn't like get chopped in half. Oh,
I
no.
think
Good job.
Thank
That's
you to the Twitchies at home for following us through Group 1, Session 2.
Twitchies.
We didn't even make it through halfway through the content I had for this session. So therefore, our next session is going to be a bit more immediate than it was this time round. I'll probably be planning this for next in 2 or 3 weeks, basically. So I'll be sending out an availability poll tomorrow and find out exactly when we can do this, so that we make sure to catch up and stay abreast of the schedule. Thank you, everyone at home, for following us. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gecko. Thank you, Gavin. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Siggy, and thank you, Myron, for joining me. Thank you very much, Don, for recording this. I am absolutely exhausted, so I'll be signing out. Have a lovely evening, everyone.
Bye,
Thank you
Twitchies.
for watching.
Bye,
Bye,
Twitchies.
Twitchies.
Bye, Twitchies.
Bye.